Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome for round number 7 in Hanti-Mansijsk, Russia. We are here to cover a Women's FIDE Grand Prix live. So, well, once again, 7th round today, and already second half of the tournament, more or less clear who is in the lead and who is failing so far to find her play. So round 7 is about to be started. So we are showing the players already took their places. So let's well 2 minutes and 20 something seconds to start, 23 seconds to start. So those couple of minutes with this zero tolerance rule, they prefer to stay in their chairs. Yeah, so that's a back timer or final countdown, as I like to call it. So, well, this day we have, a relatively lot of spectators, so that this playing venue is not really accustomed to have a lot of live spectators sitting in a playing hall. But, well, as for today, we got some 20 people watching. Olga Gira smiling on our screen. Today she's against Hou and Shanina. The Nafisa Muminova is facing Botchimek. Then at the back of our screen it's Anna Muzichuk with Xiaoxi. So I'm gonna tell a couple of words about this game. There've been something in the year yesterday, and well, okay, we're going to be back to this one. So Anna and Shanina with Hou and Shanina, quite a principal fight. Hou and Shanina with white. Those two know each other very well. They played a World Championship final. It was, yeah. So we shall see. Actually, yeah. Well, if Hou and Shanina wins today, it's basically, well, perhaps a bit early to say, but it's gonna be, well, I'm afraid the end of everyone else's challenge. So it's Shanina is, well, perhaps not the only one, but the most realistic to stop Hou and Shanina. Still, she's gonna have to play with Muzichuk though. But yeah, so far looks unstoppable, and so she's on tremendous 5 out of 6, and still, if one can say that her result is not objective, so it could have been actually half a point more, I believe, because yesterday's game against Stefanova, I'm not quite sure if she wouldn't win if she's gonna go other way. Well, so you can see the start of the round. The clocks are started. First moves are made. Well, we may progress to the cross table before today's round, I guess, and then going to cover the games. So for those who, not watching us constantly, just have to remind about the system of Women's FIDE Grand Prix. So it's 2013-2014 Grand Prix series, 6 tournaments, with this particular one being 4th. So 3 was played before in Geneva, then Dilijan and Tashkent, right? So this one is 4th tournament, and then it's going to be 2 more in Tbilisi and Ulaanbaatar in Mongolia. So, 18 players, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 6 tournaments. So each player takes part in 4, and 3 best results counted. So far, the leader of Grand Prix after those 3 tournaments is Hampi Konero of India, who is not playing there. So she already took part in 2 legs and won both quite convincingly. And from those present here, Anna Muzichuk so far has the best result, but Hou and Shanina is theoretically in the best situation. So across table here, as has been said, Hou and Shanina is leading with 5 points, and trailing by 1 point, clear second place is Anna Muzichuk. So those 2 are the only players not to lose a single game so far. And with 3.5 So just half a point behind Muzichuk. It's two Russian players, Olga Giria and Alexandra Kostyniuk. And while from Alexandra we could expect, good performance. Olga normally, she had been placed like one of the outsiders even here. I mean, she's ranked third, counting from the bottom of a narrow list of those players. But she's progressing from one tournament to the another, and if I'm not mistaken, she had a disappointing result in Geneva in the first Grand Prix for her, but then she's progressing tournament after tournament, and here she's already at the top of the cross table. So we can see also our photographers taking pictures, so that's once again, it's allowed first 10 minutes to make photographs with the flash, so basically, of course, they like to use this time. So the lady with the camera, which already disappeared from the screen, was Alina Lamy. And we are shown Hou Yifan. So perhaps we can take a look. We can take a look at her game. So starting with the game of the leader, Hou Yifan against Hou and Shanina. So in just a couple of seconds, bringing you the board of this game. Hopefully we're gonna see the board. And now we are switched. Okay, this one is also turns to be rather interesting. So we're going to examine first a game of Muzichuk with Xiaoxi. And as I said, few words have to be said about this game. Yesterday, Xiaoxi suffered quite a painful loss with white against Olga Giria. And during the press conference, she explained that somehow she confused which round to be played yesterday. For some reason, she thought it's going to be round number 7. She had been preparing against Muzichuk, who is black. And when she arrived at the board at yesterday's round, she sat in front of Muzichuk with the wrong color, and she was actually quite surprised. But not only that, during our live transmission, I made a mistake yesterday and said it's round number 7. And as well, our press officer, Alina Lamy, wrote in her report, she noticed it just in time, so it wasn't published, but she wrote in her report it's pairing of round number 7. So it has been something in the air yesterday, so we all thought it was round number 7. So finally, Xiaoxi is going to demonstrate her preparation for yesterday's game. So, speaking about the moves, what had been played, so e4, e5. And I'm not quite sure if e5 is the... Yeah, I remember Xiaoxi plays this. Yeah, that's right. I remember some Berlin wall in her game against Kostyniuk from Tashkent. So, yes, she plays e5, knight f3, knight c6, and Muzichuk went for bishop c4. So, and actually, Anna Muzichuk has quite a broad repertoire. So she's playing Rai Lopez, she's playing Scotch, as we saw in her game against Stefanova, and this time she goes for Italian. So bishop c5, gioco piano, I'd say, right? Bishop c4, bishop c5, castle first, knight f6, d3. So black castled. Too early to speak about what's going to be. C3, I believe. No, knight d2 first. I remember trying to study this position for myself. And basically what white is trying to do, I mean, to play in spirit of Rai Lopez, to play c3, bishop b3, sometimes bishop c2 back. So, just to close Rai Lopez with d3, with postponed d4. But as I said, when I started to try to learn this line for myself, to play it as white, I understood well, I mean, if you just open a database and look at the tree of possible moves, you can see all those moves like knight d2, c3, h3 in this position, all are more or less evenly played, and well, the knight d2, for instance, and well, it's hard to really understand what's the difference between the moves, because basically it's all the moves are just chains of one, well, just steps in one plan, let's say. So as I said, c3, oh, well, a6 was just played, by the way, so securing the bishop. Bishop's gonna be played to a7. So it's really, as I said, it's really hard to get a clue which move to play. I mean, what is the most precise move order? So knight d2, I remember, was played by Timur Rajabov, but as I said, let's say c3 now, it hardly makes difference if you played c3 first or knight d2. So c3 is still needed, I believe, sooner or later. Okay, rook e1 is a possibility, but no, c3 was played. Now, in case of rook e1, if I'm not mistaken here, black may want to play something like that. The knight g4, well, just as a possibility. So knight g4, rook e2, king h8, and then looking for f7, f5. In case of h3, knight h6 is possible still. Trying to promote f5 as well as soon as possible. So a6, c3, then okay, d6 is a possibility, or sometimes they play bishop a7 first, by the way, in order to have d5. I remember it have been something like that. Let's say rook e1. Well, it is, in this case d5 is actually not possible. No, or maybe it is. Just a second. So d5, knight d5 might be an idea, because, well, I mean, in this case at least black's trying to save a tempo, not playing d6, but to get d5 in one move. And well, in case of taking there, this, well, seems to be no. In this particular line, white can't take the pawn. So sometimes it's bishop f2, but not there. Yeah, here bishop f2, queen f6. White has knight f3. So it must have been something with knight being already been still on b1. So this line. So here, well, still perhaps it's possible to play. Yeah, actually bishop a7 was just played. Maybe it's still possible to play like that. I'm always confusing the lines. So basically black is anyway getting some sort of compensation in spirit of martial attack, but well, maybe not sufficient this time. Maybe not sufficient. So bishop a7. Well, don't see, to be honest, don't see other moves apart from rook e1. It's still on white's agenda to play rook e1 to transfer this knight to g3 first, and then promote d3, d4. Also, perhaps hiding the bishop. So rook e1, let us say. If black plays d6, white will have to play bishop b3. Because d6, now e5 pawn is defended, so knight f1. Of course, black would play knight a5 and swapping this bishop for a knight. So after rook e1, white's gonna play bishop b3 first. Oh, sorry, rook e1, d6. Yeah, bishop b3 first. Then it's, well, actually, it might be knight c4. The route for this knight might be not only f1, but c4, e3. But usually they just play knight f1, knight g3, bishop is going to e3, d4 later on, something like that. Well, so it's gonna be, well, this one gonna to develop a bit slowly, I believe. So that's not, well, they call it gioco piano, not for nothing. Well, it, I'd say, needs some 10 more moves to clarify the position and where the main tension going to be happening there. Well, if to illustrate this one, just say, kind of say, okay, this bishop a7. Oh, we are here still. Now rook e1. Once again, rook e1, d6, bishop b3, and let us say black also wants to move this knight to g6, because, well, knight is a little bit restricted here. Knight is a little bit restricted on c6, so b4, d4 are not available, so knight is coming there. Knight f1, knight g6, knight g3, so they're doing something like that, so both knights are coming here. And then, in case of, well, I'm not quite sure. Okay, let's say black is playing bishop e6, also possible. White is gonna play h3, h6, let us say. I'm actually not very much sure about making those moves. And well, actually Mutchuk played h3 before rook e1. This is interesting. Okay, I'm coming back to this one just a second. So h3, h6. Just to illustrate what's gonna be white's objective. So white will try to, well, perhaps even move the bishop. No, not to change the bishop. Still, d5 is not very comfortable for black. So d5 is possible this time. So take, but then black's gonna have to take with the queen, then bishop b3, possibly taking e6, d4, something like that. So d5 is not really possible. So black's gonna prepare for one more move. I don't know if queen d7 is the good one. What I mean, after d4 and eventual bishop e3, the all white setup, well, starts to get the shape, let's say. So bishop and knight defending e4. So e4 is, well, very well defended. Then this bishop comes to e3. Oh, well, it will delete the wrong arrows. So, well, already d5 becomes a sort of threat. So bishop e3, and what white's gonna try to prove? White's gonna try to keep the tension here, and gonna try to prove that this bishop is a little bit out of play. So white will try not to take on e5, of course, but play bishop e3, queen d2, possibly rook a d1, keeping some kingside intentions to sacrifice something on h6, maybe, or just to play knight h2, knight g4. So trying to move a ward here to the king side, where this bishop on a7 is going to be a bit out of play. Well, after bishop a7, actually h3 followed. There might be just a well, another possible move order to get to the same position. Or, well, here black might want to play d5 once again. The white's point, if I understand correctly, is going to be on rook e1. Black's gonna have some difficulties defending e5. So e5 is attacked, and well, maybe it's not that comfortable for black, I'd say, to defend this one. Well, moving further, meanwhile, and going to check the game of Hou versus Shanina. So, as I said, a principal one. So I believe we can have a camera view on Hou versus Shanina. So this at the bottom of the page, it's the position from Hou versus Shanina game. Yeah, that's right. Here we are. So e4, c5 for Shanina. Stick to her guns and, well, ready to play another knight off, as was, well, played in a World Championship match between those two. And somehow, as far as I remember, she was quite, well, if we can speak about success in a game, when in a match where she didn't win a single game. But she was more or less successful, especially in the opening in Night of. So, no wonder Hou decided to go for something else, and this something else has been literally bishop b5 check. And I'm not sure about Hou herself, but I remember Chinese players, Chinese players, they used to play this check, and with some original ideas not been shown previously. So bishop b5, bishop d7, and, well, while official theory says you have to take on d7, let's say it's much more common, but c4 also exists. C4 exists, of course. And well, knight f6, knight c3, g6 still available for white to take on d7. But let us say, I mean, just to illustrate what's gonna happen, let us say white is castling and for instance black decides to take on b5, then pawn takes, and this knight somehow, this knight on b8 is deprived from natural development square in this case, so knight cannot jump to c6. And after bishop g7, d4 takes. Well, we may speak about white's a little bit spoiled structure, but at the same time, well, it already defines this pawn on b5 a far advanced. It already defines white's gonna have some pressure on queen side. So I'd say castle, bishop e3, something like that, and white just rolling with pawns like a4. Well, a4, a5 even. a4, a5, a6, something like that. Trying to weaken some squares. So one say it's something special for white, but well, at least an attempt to get some pressure. And well, in recent interview of Alexander Grishuk, I just read that well. In a modern chess, white's approach has changed pretty much. So now you're not looking for an advantage, but just for a little chance to, well, to get the game. Let's say to get some play, because a lot of forced lines actually ending up to being just drawish. Well, or as I like to put it, well, some really 30, 40 years ago, to find a new idea, you had to invent, I don't know, something new and move 6, 7, and well, to have a sort of a plan behind it, and then you're on a new territory. But nowadays, if both you and your opponent coming very well prepared, it's all about asking one question: do you remember this particular line? And if your opponent says yes, I mean not that, but just shows on the board that he's remembering, so basically you cannot hope for an opening advantage. So those opening choices on first moves become more and more trickier for, well, and even in women chess you can see. Some 5 years ago, I remember Kosintseva sisters who were, well, on world stop at that time. They were playing some sharp lines and repeating theory, like 25 moves of theory. Well, no one does this at the present moment. So, well, this fashion really changed much, and well, not the least thanks to Magnus Carlsen, who has shown the world that you can play any opening basically if you have a couple of new ideas and you're ready to solve your problems at the board. So how you find it thinking? Well, have to mention that white might as well want to take on d7, switching to let's say main lines of this line. So takes, but while this knight is not yet on c6, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, while this knight is not yet on c6, white might be not in time to go. Well, so let's put it like that. So the most desirable setup for white would have been f3, and in case of knight c6, bishop e3, so Maroczy-like setup. But while this knight is not yet on c6, after f3, black has very strong rook c8, which seem to equalize right immediately. So rook c8, then you have to defend this pawn. You can't really afford to defend it with queen, because, well, they're just not really placed very well. So b3, which is the most natural, and then d5 is available for black. d5 is available for black, so cd5, little tactics working for black. Knight d5, e6, and this one is, well, basically equal. This one is basically equal. So black's getting back this pawn. I don't know, let's say something like that. So take this one, take d5, queen d5, and it seems to be just equal, this one. Well, meanwhile d4 has been played. So keeping in mind both options, to take d7 or not to take. So cd4 is a natural reaction which has been just played. And then I wonder what's gonna be played. Knight takes, right? Knight takes. So there is spare option for black to play knight c6 to avoid both taking b5 or changing those bishops. But once again, white would like to continue in Maroczy-like style. So by taking c6 perhaps. If pawn takes, still white does more or less the same. f3, bishop e3, building a solid center, so firm control on the center with c4, e4, and well, just building up a comfortable position where this d7 bishop will, well, face some difficulties to find a proper place to find a job. And so, well, a little bit too early to speak about white's advantage, but it seems like Hou is gonna get a comfortable position here, the one she's looking for. And something like a6, for instance, while possible, of course, so white is gonna take in this case on d7 castle, but then it allows white to build up exactly the setup I've mentioned: the f3, castle short, bishop e3. So it's going to be a bit different. I mean, this one allows white to build this setup, and we shall see what's gonna happen. But in this case, I'd say white's gonna get minimal advantage. Well, moving further, because we have 6 games under our scope and we covered only 2. Switching to Olga Gira with Alexandra Kostyniuk, because they both started not very well, but, well, especially Kostyniuk started with half out of 2, right? But now they improved their situation pretty much, and they're sharing the 3rd place. So it's a principal duel of 2 Russian players, sharing the 3rd and 4th place before this round. Well, d4, which is, I believe, Gira's main opening weapon. d4, c4, knight f3. Not going for Nimzo, but instead offering, well, huge variety of choices for black. So still bishop b4 is available, leading to Bogo Indian, which is actually right on top of a fashion wave nowadays. Then b6. Very classical queen's Indian, and of course d5. But the reason of black's move order, I don't know if I have to explain that, but the reason of black's move order is, well, trying to... so basically, if white plays knight c3 here, so black's gonna go for Nimzo, which considered to be, at the present stage of the theory, considered to be okay for black. And after knight f3, it's fine for black to play d5. So against knight c3, still you can play d5, but this Carlsbad position with developing the bishop e3 and bishop d3 and so on, so in this Carlsbad position, somehow it's, well, at least white believes that the knight on e2 is better placed than on f3 and sort of more flexible. So I'd say, well, something like that can happen. Bishop g5, c6, queen c2. Well, not letting black to develop the bishop here. Bishop e7, just random moves, but I mean, just to illustrate what's going on. Bishop d3, knight d7, and knight g2. So this one is sort of more flexible. Still, Botvinnik's plan is available, with f3, e4 is available for white. So that's the reason why. So black, basically with this move order, it's quite possible that black still wants to play queen's gambit decline, but just to wait for a knight f3 to be played at the board. So let's say narrowing white's opportunities a little bit. Well, d5, knight c3, bishop e7, bishop g5, h6, bishop h4, castle. So once again, e3, as I said in one of the previous transmissions, I guess, it was once again Kostyniuk was playing this. And I remember I said that, well, knight e4 is still not resolved with white, so we still don't know where is the advantage after knight e4. Well forgotten, but back fashion, well, coming back into a fashion, this Lasker defense. Well, first highlighted, I believe, in the game between Topalov and Anand, the crucial game of World Championship match, then was quite topical in candidates matches in Kazan in 2011. Pot b6 is well quite solid. Ah well, that was Hou Shanina with Costineu a couple of rounds ago to play this position. Yeah, that's right. So bishop e2, and exactly the same, I guess. Bishop b7, castle, knight d7, queen e2, a6, a4. So this time it's a little bit different. I don't remember if Hou Shanina played. Yeah, Hou Shanina allowed b5. c5, rook f d1. So nothing's clear so far. So black finishes the development, but some teeny-weeny inconveniences are still on. Not clear where to put the queen, for instance. Well, not very much comfortable black is. Well, but I wonder once again if black just gotta take d4. Well, let's assume black is trying to equalize. So if black just gonna take d4, knight d4, and try to change a couple of pieces. So I'm just not sure if it's. Yeah, looks like there is nothing special. I'd say knight e4 here. Well, knight e6 is yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, knight e6 is available for white. So it's not that easy. Knight e6, then bishop takes and rook d7. So it's not that easy for black. Rook fd1, so black has to be a little bit careful. Maybe not to take d4, but to play knight e4 at once. Yeah, this seems to be a possible move. Knight e4, and in case of bishop takes, queen takes, or even taking c3 intermediate, but maybe this one is fine. Yeah, in this case, black is quite comfortable, so I believe knight e4 should be answered with bishop g3, giving away the bishop, but at least maintaining some pressure, and, well, maybe hoping to play d5 one day. There's still rather complex position after rook fd1, and seems like Gira is actually very well prepared, so spent, well, just this additional increment seconds to write the moves and to play them on the board, but no thinking so far from Olga Gira. And, well, for Alexandra, well, some 15 minutes it took to play those opening moves. Rook fd1. Yeah, but it has to be something with moving this knight. Otherwise I don't see how black's gonna release the tension. So the a6 pawn is targeted, so this rook cannot be moved to c8, let us say. Queen c7 is not comfortable because of bishop g3. Well, I remember Alexandra playing queen e8 in her game against Hou Shanina, but I'm not quite sure if it's the case now. Yes, a somewhat lack of space for black. So knight e4 is, well, seems to be an option. So this is gonna be critical. Knight e4. Once again, I'm trying to understand if there is anything for white. So I mean, bishop e7, queen e7. For some reason, I believe black is rather comfortable. Black's gonna be rather comfortable. Or is it? Well, just a second. Bishop e7, queen e7, taking e4. I just thought about taking this pawn, but well, maybe it's not that simple. Because at first I thought this going to be enough for black to claim a compensation, but maybe I'm mistaken. So gf3. Well, actually, well, queen f3 is, well, shouldn't be totally discarded, because after rook a6, queen b7, it's still tricky. I mean, rook a8, dc5 seems like white's winning the piece back using the pin on 7th rank, so it might be rook fa8 is the move, then take there, it's rook a7. Yeah, in this case black seem to seem to maintain material advantage. So queen f3 is not possible. Once again, I'm speaking about this variation. Knight e4, bishop e7, taking on e4 and trying to win the pawn. Okay, so bishop f3, gf3 then. C takes d4. In case of e takes d4, I believe black to have a nice compensation. It's still a pawn for white, but well, with king's position being so much weakened, black's supposed to have a good counter chance. So basically, rook has to take on d4 and then knight c5. So threatening not only the bishop but also a fork on b3. And well, after bishop c4, well, actually few options for black, I believe. Just capture on a4. b5 is available as well. b5, and well, if bishop takes b5, then knight b3 winning an exchange. So in this case, I mean, well, looks rather comfortable for black. So knight e4 is just, well, quite possible, and perhaps white can, well, white has to still, I mean, to play bishop g3 to keep more pieces on the board. Well, moving further then, and well, this time to Dzagnidze is Lagno. Quite high rated opponents today. Nana Dzagnidze is white against Katerina Lagno. Hopefully we can switch to this game as well. So it's a position at the bottom of our screen. Well, don't know if we're gonna get a camera view on this game. So, okay, so we have to wait a couple of minutes to switch the camera view, but at the moment, let's talk about the position. So once again, a position at the right bottom is a game between Nana Dzagnidze and Katerina Lagno. A Grunfeld defense had been played, and well, okay, so tracing from the very beginning. Knight c3 d5, so Grunfeld defense. Well, as has been said already a few times, then at the moment it's really a nightmare for white playing d4, so no real challenge can be, well, at least I don't know, but looking at the position at the positions and at the games of a top level players, and seems like no real challenge can be set to Grunfeld defense, and well, all white successes are actually connected with playing some sidelines and then just winning in the middle game. But as for an opening, Grunfeld seems to be just perfect for black at the present stage. So e4 takes, bishop g7, bishop e3, one of the well, topical lines nowadays. Queen 5, queen d2, castle, knight f3, rook d8, h3, and knight c6. So the other option as well, widely played, is c takes, going for an endgame. C takes, taking d2, then king has to take, and only then knight c6. But well, knight c6 at once is just another theoretical line. So don't know why Nana is thinking. As far as I remember, it's the only move available for white is d4, d5. Otherwise, it's impossible to hold this pawn on d4. So black is threatening to take d4, take d2, and then capture the pawn. So, well, d5 is sort of only move. Then e6 will follow, and well, don't really. Oh, well, e6 is already maybe not forced. Maybe there are some other moves available. Well, I remember some e6, bishop g5, rook d6, something like that. So still a theoretical position, and to be honest, I'm not very much familiar with the theory of this line. It just looks like no other move than d5 is, well, available for white. So, well, that I'd say it's too early to try to, well, to describe with this position, as it's simply, well, in it, well, it just in a primitive way, I can say that white is allowed to build up a center, but black's going to attack this one. But it's obvious, I believe, for our readers, for our listeners, and well, to make it more concrete. Okay, t5, and certain strategical risk is of course involved for black, as if white will keep the center untouched, then it's certainly must be better for white. So, well, e6. No, I believe e6 to be the move, then bishop g5, or just c4 is possible as well. So, this one is, I believe, is one of the possibilities. So queen d2, then it's a problem which piece to take with on d2, because, well, king d2, well, certainly has these advantages. The rook on d8 is pinning this pawn, so maybe f5 available at once, and well, for king on d2 will be a little bit exposed. And after queen d2, to take with either piece, knight or bishop, will allow black to jump on d4, will allow this black knight to jump on d4, let's say in case of bishop d2, knight d4. All black problems seem to be solved at once. So knight d4, I'd say bishop's gonna take, and it might be black who's already looking to get an advantage with f5, possibly b5 breaks. The pot, as I already said a couple of times, well, in some moments like this seem to be not very much practical, because in this particular position, once you got to this line, and okay, it must be you've prepared something before the game. And when it comes to only move, and I still believe d5 is sort of only move for white, so you just have to play it and then see what happens, because to spend your time at that particular, well, in this particular moment doesn't seem to be rational. So, well, absolutely calm Katerina Lagno went for a walk. So, well, normally she's very well prepared in the openings. So those 10 minutes she spent was possibly just to decide which particular line to play against this bishop e3 rook c1 plan. And, well, it seems Nana gonna think alone for in this position, but I don't believe any other move but d5 is going to be played. Well, switching to some other games, and this time to Kosintseva with Stefanova. So switching to Kosintseva with Stefanova. Well, actually, quite some moves being played here, and already a couple of exchanges. Position is a little bit simplified. Well, I have to say, it didn't go very well so far for Kosintseva in this tournament. She's on, well, I don't remember her score, but something like -2, which is not, of course, a result for a player of her caliber. And, well, Antoaneta also is still not in the best shape, I'd say, not finding her play yet. Roughly on 50% she's, yeah, I guess she's on 50%. She won in a second round against Hou and Shanina, then she lost a game against Xiaoxi, and with 4 games being drawn. Well, so this is what happened here, starting from right from the beginning. e4, e5, knight f3, knight e6, bishop b5, and g6. So not very much popular defense against Ray Lopez, but still possible. d4, ed4, bishop g5. So this way, quite a forced line. White chose it. Bishop e7, changed on c6. queen d4, knight f6, knight c3, bishop g4, castle long, takes on f3 and castle short. Queen e3 was the last move. So what is going on there? I'd say white's gonna try to, well, to keep the position in, well, to conduct this position to play in spirit of Rai Lopez exchanged. The well, white's structure is a little bit spoiled on a queen side, oh no, on a king side, but so is black's on queen side. And while white still might hope to get a clear majority there, so to push this pawn further into exchange one of those f pawns to create a passed pawn in, well, in eventually. But this black's 4 pawns are fully neutralized with white 3, and well, all the endgames might be and should be better for white. So in these terms, I'm not quite sure about rook d8 here. Actually, not sure if all those simplifications are really in black's favor. The white shouldn't take herself voluntary, but just I'd say white, but well, perhaps rook d8 might be an idea if white can capture the pawn after rook d8. So that's the question. Well, looks like she can actually. Looks like she can. Yeah, no problem with that. The black might want to get some. Yeah, so this looks like just loss of a pawn. Yeah, I don't see much of a counterplay. Okay, p6 probably trying to isolate white's queen, but queen is coming back. Queen a4, then b5. Well, might be a little bit sharp. Yeah, this one. So maybe that's black's point is. But yes, apart from that one, as well, f4 seems to be not that bad for white. Just to push this pawn forward. And, well, exchange couple of pawns, making not only, well, healing the pawn structure in some way, but also weakening a bit black's king. Though that's a principal moment, of course. So if white wants to take d8, then I believe in this case black's gonna capture with the rook. Because, well, queen d8 is, well, as well available, but to rook d1 and f4, white still keeps the pressure, while black still gonna find it hard to. No, I'd say b6, preparing rook d8 and f5, and white is practically has an extra pawn, I'd say, because those 4 versus 3, as I said in the, I don't see any endgame when they gonna to create a passed pawn. So, well, basically it's better for white. So I'd say black played this one in a little bit primitive fashion. So after d4, well, I'm not quite sure what is the theory here. Maybe this position considered to be acceptable for black as well, but well, to me it looks like white is slightly better here. Rook d8, yeah, that's a current position. So let me take a closer look on this one. Okay, let's say rook takes, and white is taking a7. As I said, b6 is probably going to be the move to cut white's queen from, well, to cut the way back for white's queen here. In case of queen a4, it's gonna be b5. White may want to go back with the queen to a7 to return to e3 this time, and well, it doesn't look like sufficient compensation, to be honest. So b4, knight e2, also covering f4 square, and then if queen is returned to e3, seems like black doesn't have enough for the pawn. After rook d8, I'm afraid black will have to take with the queen. Then, well, perhaps black still had to play this. Perhaps black still had to play this. I'm just wondering if there was anything else for black. Maybe Stefano was a little bit afraid to play b6, because in this case e5. Thought it's at least a logical attempt to justify why actually rook d8 had been played. So rook d8, I'd say now e5 is met with knight d5, and in case of b6 maybe e5 could have been black's concern, and that's why Stefanova played rook d8. But then in this case, rook d8, if queen takes, it's still the same applies, rook d1 and e5. Maybe with less effect, I'd say. The d5, knight h5 maybe. With pair of rooks being off the board, it's not that scary anymore. Because e5, yeah, well, on one hand it's, of course, desirable break. Just getting more space and everything. But at the same time, giving away the squares. The f4 might be under black's control, and perhaps this knight could be relocated to f5. At the same time, white may want to bring the knight to f6 in this, well, to e4, I mean, and looking at f6 square. So it's gonna be rather complicated, this one. So rook f8, that's a present position here. Particularly Pochimek and Hou Shanina playing that. So Shanina so far had 4 white out of 6 games, and if I'm not mistaken, all 4. No, well, not really. 3 had been Nimzo Indian, and it was Queen's Gambit declines against Kostyuk. So, and Pochimek also likes to play Nimzo as white, not being too much successful so far, but well, we shall see. Knight c3, bishop b4, e3, once again this classical line, bishop d3, d5, a3, takes, dc4, bishop c4, c5. Well, but if I'm not mistaken, I would say knight f3 is not really the best move here. Not quite sure, but I remember something connected with knight e2. Well, maybe that's just another plan. But I mean, putting your knight on e2 somehow looks a little bit more flexible. Knight on e2 and then f3, e4. The white might be saving a tempo in this case. So knight f3, queen c7. So cd4 is the threat, so white has to decide what to do with the bishop. Bishop a2, b6. Once again, concrete approach from black. Black wants to play bishop a6, castle. The castle is forced, otherwise after bishop a6 you won't be able to castle anymore. So castle, bishop, knight c6 this time. Bishop b2. Once again, I'm not quite sure about this bishop b2, for instance. So why not to start with rook e1, as it's absolutely clear, at least to me, that black still wants to play bishop a6. So this tempo still has to be spent, rook e1. And after rook e1, maybe on bishop a6, white might have thought about e4 and then developing the bishop not on b2 but somewhere on g5, for instance. Well, nevertheless, bishop b2 had been played, bishop a6, rook e1, knight a5. So black starts to, well, the invasion on light squares. So basically black's gonna try to get to c4 with the knight. So knight a4, e4 had been played. Well, bishop c4 actually seems to be an interesting try, but maybe, yeah, bishop c4. So that's I mean, that's important. So black will not take cd4, but it's gonna try to, yeah, to play bishop c4. I'm just thinking if bishop b1 is available. I mean, to change these bishops somehow reduces white's attacking potential pretty much. If white changes this bishop, it's gonna reduce white's attacking potential pretty much. So what I mean, if white can play bishop b1, that would have been well, not really an achievement, but okay, let's say white wants to play knight e2. Well, so I'm just curious, let's say Knight b3 would, well, after rook a2, black would have at least a repetition, so let's at the moment think that this one is not acceptable for white, but white may want to play e5, relying on kingside attack, and I'm not quite sure if black can deal with that. So if knight takes, then ef6 is gonna be the move, so this certainly looks dangerous. This one certainly looked dangerous. By the way, bishop c4 had been played, so we shall see how this one's going to develop. So bishop b1, as I'm saying, okay, knight d2 is a possibility, of course, at least to control those squares. But after take, and here, well, black as well might just take d4, and well, with all those simplifications, as I said, it reduces white's possibilities, and eventually, well, it might be black who's going to be better. The bishop b1 is sort of desirable for white. So if it works tactically, then white's gonna be happy really. So the crucial one is gonna be knight b3, e5. Already mentioned that rook a2. I believe black at least might want to go for a repetition after knight f5. So it's not really an idea for white. But yes, e5, and in case of knight d5, the most natural, let's say, white may want to proceed with some kingside attack, and I'm not sure in which fashion to do this. Okay, let's say white is already accepted the fact that, well, she will have to sacrifice an exchange. They're not even moving this rook from a1. But, well, I don't know if something like this can work. Well, probably not, but it has to be considered at least. So check. In case of king g6, something like queen g4 has to be. Well, at least, I mean, black has to be aware of this. Black has to be aware of this. Also, sometimes h4 even, and well, with queen c2, queen b1 ideas. So this is, well, while not possible, not yet, I'm sure if it's possible, but that's gonna be, I'd say, a critical try, because otherwise, yeah, bishop b1, knight b3, e5, knight d5. There might be a bit slower approaches actually, something like knight g5, and once again, not clear what to do for black. I mean, g6 looks too weakening. So while black's gonna have material advantage when after taking on a1, but on the king side, it's actually white who's gonna have much more forces. I mean, much more concentrated on the king side. So queen is coming there, arriving in one move, then rook might be lifted and on e4, then g4, h4. So, well, it doesn't look absolutely harmless, this attempt. And of course, the other one I've mentioned, maybe it's also not that bad. I mean, just to play knight d2 and the bishop a2, rook a2. Yeah, maybe it's not that simple, because the cd4, the straightforward cd4, knight c4. So that might be just a critical one. Knight c4, trying to exchange even more pieces. Just wonder if queen c2, well, b5 is available in the worst case. So rook c8, rook, well, or the other rook to c8, rook c1. Yes, and here black may just play queen b. I'm just thinking, yeah, queen b7 for instance, knight c4, b5, there is knight a5, right? Yeah, this way or knight d6, yeah, this way it doesn't work for black. Yeah, this one doesn't work, so black is losing a piece in this case. Rook c1, well, an exchange sacrifice is available. I don't know if it's any good, but sometimes it works like this. Knight d2, take on c7, changed, and knight d takes to e4. Now positional exchange sacrifice. So what I mean, well, maybe it's not enough, but no, what I mean in case of f3, for instance, knight d5, then this rook looks like this rook cannot really be kept on 7th rank, and if rook is gone, then, well, knight d6, and at least optically quite an attractive position black gets. So a pawn for an exchange if king will be in time to arrive to d7 to cover well, to cover the squares. I mean, this is with a4, then bishop comes to a3. Yeah, this one is not good for black. Also preparational rook c1 has to be played, and then something like bishop a1 might be an idea for white. So then preparing to meet taking, well, perhaps d5 immediately worth attention. d5 immediately, but in this case also white has to count on queen c2, pinning the bishop. For a choice for white if to enter this sharp line, and well, still, as I said, cannot calculate this one pretty well, but perhaps b truly deserves a break. So in some 5 minutes we are coming back to cover the second hour of play and middle game stage, and of course I believe, well, we're gonna have a lot of games which are going to be interesting. So coming back in 5 minutes.
In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Dzagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under-12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under-18 and Under-20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Jermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance, and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix editions. In a world where people are bending backwards to lay hands on fame and glory, fewer are those adopting a slightly different attitude. Such a rare example is the 22-year-old Olga, a woman grandmaster in chess. If one believes that there is an error on her FIDE page, because surely she should hold an IM title, here's the news: there is no mistake. Not because she doesn't have the norms, the rating, or the strength. The Russian talent simply chose to focus her attention and energy onto chess, for the sake of chess, neglecting the bureaucratic formalities. Such a process-oriented player, as opposed to the result-driving ones, cannot stay in the backseat for long. Olga eclipsed her rivals in 2009, when she grabbed both the European and the world titles in her under-18 age group. In 2013, she entered the strong and very much feared Russian women team, helping her colleagues to claim bronze in the World Championship and silver in the European one. Born in the heart of Russia, in Langepas, Olga will try to prove that the term home advantage can be successfully applied to chess. Although her city of origin is rather far for Western standards, the 545 kilometers east of Khanty-Mansiysk is just next door for the Russian norms. Together with her home supporters, we will all witness the charming and kind Olga turning into a merciless opponent over the board. The Chinese prodigy Hou made the headlines with dozens of different occasions, her incredible potential being discovered back in 1997 when she was only 3. Yifan's father remarked the fascination his daughter displayed towards a chess set made of glass, and it was not long after the headstone has been set. In just a few weeks' time, the little girl started to defeat her father, and by the age of 9, the chief coach of the Chinese national teams, Ye Jianchuan, recognized in her an exceptional genius. To meet her family and trainers' expectations, Yifan started to break one record after another. At the age of 12, she became the youngest player ever to participate in the FIDE Women World Championship in 2006 and in the Chess Olympiad in Torino. Remarkable is her jump in just 2 months' time. Between April and July 2006 FIDE rating lists, she made an impressive leap of 190 rating points, moving from 2298 to 2488. In 2007, she was China's youngest national women champion, and by the age of 14, she was already the youngest female grandmaster ever. But the highlight came in 2010, as Hou Yifan became the youngest, again, women world chess champion in history, by winning the title in Turkey at the age of 16. By the age of 18, Yifan accomplished enough to fill in many other players' CVs taken together. In the World Women's Championship 2012, held by knockout system in Khanty-Mansiysk, Hou Yifan lost her champion's title. However, as the winner of Grand Prix 2011-2012, she got a right to play a match with the new champion Hou and Shanina. She won the match held in China in 7 games with 5.5 on 1.5 score and regained her title. And yet, the question remains whether the current women world champion will surpass Judith Polgar too, establishing her name on the men list, just like Polgar. Perhaps this day is not far away, as the Chinese proved in several occasions that many top grandmasters learned the hard way to fear her. It was a twist of fate that enriched the chess scenes with one of the biggest Russian and worldwide talents. On the way back home from dance classes, Tatiana and her sister Nadezhda were lured inside the chess club's 4 walls. Everyone knows what happened next. The two Kasintsevas became inseparable ever since, heading straight to the top of the tree, seizing left and right titles, prizes, medals, glory. With full steam ahead, Tatiana soon became a fearsome competitor at the top level of junior chess, winning the gold medal in the Under-10 European Championship in 1996. Her resounding performance few years later, when Tatiana won the Russian Women's Championship in 2002, promoted her to the Russian Olympic team, where she was far from disappointing her captain, scoring an incredible 11 out of 12 in 2002 Olympiad. Since then, she became one of the key weapons of the Russians in the following 5 Olympiads, especially in 2010, when she helped her team to victory, producing a gold medal on her top board as well. But the best results in her panoply must be considered the 2 triumphs in the European Women's Championships in 2007 and 2009, as well as the victory in the 2010 Grand Prix in Nalchik, which pushed her up to a remarkable 2581 rating peak. In spite of playing less than before and of some drawbacks in her career, Tatiana is undoubtedly going to strike back, and few would be surprised if she will achieve even greater results in the near future. The main question is not what Alexandra did accomplish over the years, but rather what she didn't. More than just a successful chess player, the Russian grandmaster reaped the chess world's laurels, getting the utmost out of it. She is the proud owner of the bottomless bag of medals, a renowned chess author, podcaster, blogger, educator, and last but not the least, a mother too. Alexandra's haul of trophies includes first place in the Women European Championship in 2004, in the Russian Superfinal 2005, in the Sport Accord Mind Games 2011, and she is also the first world champion in Fischer Random Chess. There is no surprise, she is a constant presence in the Russian national team since 2002, where she pushed her troop to 3 times gold in the European Team Championship 2007, 2009, 2011, and in the Chess Olympiads in 2010 and 2012. But the peak achievement of Alexandra's career is unquestionably the Women World Crown and the 12th Women World Champion title, which she claimed in her native country, in Nalchik, in 2008. Professional not only on the chessboard, the chess queen doesn't need to bring additional evidence that she truly deserves her title in the kingdom she has built together with her husband, Diego Garces. Very active in online social networks, her pages on YouTube, Twitter and Facebook have more chess fans than many other VIPs could only dream of. A champion for peace in the international organization Peace for Sport and the restless chess promoter, Alexandra became a true chess ambassador before even turning 30. It was not hard to predict the readiness of the chess world to roll out the red carpet for the new rising star, the Ukrainian prodigy Katerina Lagno. With her whirlwind progress through her childhood years, she convincingly made her first steps noticed when she claimed the Women Grandmaster title at the age of only 12. By far more attracted to play with her opponent's nerves than with some boring dolls, Katya reached the top of the ladder during her teenage years. In 2005, when she won the gold medal at the Women's European Championship, and 2008, when she decided it was about time to repeat the story. Katerina continued to enrich her trophies with countless outstanding results. Noteworthy are too many, but if we have to mention a few. In 2006, she took the North Urals Cup to her native country, as well as the gold medal from the Women's World Blitz Championship in 2010. Since 2008, she has been the Ukrainian team leader, helping her squad to gold in the Olympiad 2006, World Championship 2013, and European Championship 2013. If you think that chess is the only dimension in her life in order to reach all of that, you are wrong. Katerina is the happy mother of a 3-year-old son Sasha, perhaps a GM in the future. In spite of her early successes, Katya has her feet firmly planted on the ground, working on her best results, which are still yet to come.
Welcome back for a live coverage of round number 7, Women's FIDE Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk, Russia. So, well, as proceeding to the second hour of play, and well, let's take a look at the games after the opening stage, and well, I believe in a couple of games already something has defined really. So, well, who you find we are pursuing with the camera. The world champion today facing her perhaps the most principal opponent here, Hou and Shanina. So those two just played the match recently. And well, we can see the other important game for today also at the camera view. Anda Musachuk is facing Xiaoxi, another Chinese player, and as I mentioned, it's been a bit of a misunderstanding yesterday when Xiaoxi confused the pairing, so yesterday she was prepared to play Muzichuk, and I'm not sure if she uses her preparation today. So, well, it's a little bit of so we confused the camera view and the board. So the board is from Muzichuk with Xiaoxi, and we are shown still Hou with Hou Shanina. So, okay, let's speak about this one then. Hou with Hou Shanina. So I'm opening the board at the bottom. So that's a position here. Knight takes d4 had been just played. So, well, stepping a little bit back. d4, cd4, knight d4, bishop g7. We saw bishop e3. Knight c6, f3. So once the knight has appeared on c6, white managed to set now the, well, already mentioned by me, the Marozzi structure. So castle, knight takes d4, bishop d4, I believe had been just played. Well, in this case, I'm not quite sure how to react with white on a bishop b5 capture. Perhaps still white's gonna take with the pawn this one. Yeah, and well, a couple of pieces being exchanged, but still it looks like white's gonna get some pressure on queen side. So it's certainly not pointless to have these double pawns. I mean, this far advanced pawn still represents some danger to black. But at the same time, knight b5 might be possible as well. So, well, a6 in this case, knight c3, and still black did not yet got b5. So rook c8. Oh well, that's the question. I mean, maybe in this case it's already a bit too late for white. So rook c8. White has to defend. White has to defend. Well, maybe still possible. Some queen d3 or queen e2, and in case of queen c7, well, maybe queen d3 is a better move. Well, still not sure. Queen c7 is possible. So my point is, if white's got to play b3, then I thought b5 might be available. The question if it's right. So b5 and on cb5 e5. So that was my point here. Seemingly winning a piece. So b6, queen c6. Oh well, it's rather sharp actually. b6, queen c6, b7, trying to distract black pieces from c5. Then rook c7. Still not clear. Yeah, seems like still not the end of the line. So here bishop f2 is possible. Queen c3 changed everything. Bishop a7, knight d7, rook c1, and still seems to be rather dangerous for black, because well, this b pawn might cost black, well, surely gonna cost a piece, but might be even more. So they'll take, yeah, and no way to stop rook c8, for instance. So not clear. So knight b5 is still possible. So black just took on b5, and Hou is about to make her decision to take with the pawn or with the knight. So cb5 seems to be anyway a much more solid option, with still some hope for an advantage for white. So just a question, okay, possibly black just gonna play knight d7, trying to simplify. The more you simplify, the better it is, I believe, in a situation like that. But let us say check, queen d4. Well, to make it simple, I'll gonna just play king g8. And still something like that. So a4. Well, queens might be exchanged, but somehow it's not the end of black's problems. So then in this case, white takes, white plays a5. Knight might be jumped to d5. So, well, those double pawns are not... cannot really call it a damage to white structure, because, well, so far advanced they really pressing black's queen side for a little bit. Well, so coming back here, bishop b5, and as I said, knight b5 is also, well, at least tactically possible, so that there is no immediate refutation I can spot there. Knight c3, rook c8, and, well, queen d3, as I said, queen d3, queen c7, and b3 and b5 is not likely to be possible. b3, oh, well, of course, it's still just perfectly playable like that. I mean, it's still perfectly playable like that without actually promoting b5. So black may want just to play e6, by the way. Yeah, switching to some sort of hedgehog. But this knight's always gonna be a little bit hanging. So rook c1, rook d8, let us say, then. Yeah, this one is also possible. So I'm not sure what's gonna be Hou Yifan's decision. Meanwhile, we can already see it took a lot of time for Shanina to get to this point. The 40 minutes left, but at the same time the position is not that sharp, not that complicated, so it's not obvious that's going to be a time trouble, so might be just, well, quickly black's going to make her next moves, and yeah, in both cases, I mean, it's more or less clear what black's plan should be. Or perhaps cb5, well, it still appeals more to me to take with the pawn, at least that's gonna justify the idea of this move order. So if white didn't take on d7 herself, so that means she wants to actually capture with the pawn on b5. Still, Hou Yifan is thinking. I guess we can take a look on some other game, and, well, they both mentioned Muzichuk with Xiaoxi seems to be quite interesting, and as I said, I mean, there was some awkward situation with the pairing, where Xiaoxi thought she's playing Muzichuk yesterday, and as well, of course, the game itself. I mean, Muzichuk in a second place, and it's of course tremendously important for her to score a win today. So, well, we've seen it there, c3, h3, yeah, and as I've mentioned, d5, in this case d5 is available for black, so d5, takes, well, I thought about rook e1, yeah, I said rook e1, but maybe something was wrong with rook e1, I'm just thinking if rook e1 could have been answered with knight f4, maybe that's the case. So white proceed to play knight e4 immediately. So in this case, knight f4 is less clear, because, well, I'm not sure if knight takes e5 is an idea. No, knight e5, of course, black's gonna take, so knight e5 is not great. Black's gonna take h3 intermediate, then take e5. But possibly just bishop f4, ef4, and then d4. This guy here on a7 is, well, at the moment out of play. White is controlling all the important squares in the center, and then going to progress with queen d2. Next move, well, f4 is, well, kind of big. Then bringing the rooks to e file. Yeah, in this way, white gonna have an advantage. Well, bishop f5, rook e1, continuing with the same idea as I said, and then b5 had been played. Of this one I'm not actually sure. Why is that? So bishop b3, bishop g6. The Muzichuk went to play bishop g5, and black played f6, so black's going to release this pin by just playing bishop f7. So, well, the critical situation on the board. Well, some tactical tricks are already possible here. Just let me guess how to continue here. So, well, even something really crazy like d4 comes into my mind. Well, not sure where it leads, but I mean, at least if black takes on g5, it seems to be attractive for white. Well, I'm taking e5, so d5 knight has to be defended somehow. Well, maybe it's not that clear. Yeah, knight e7. No, so for some reason I just missed this knight e7. Because on bishop f7, knight fg5 would have given white, well, really a strong pressure, or even maybe even stronger would have been e6 than knight g5. But after knight e7, somehow white has not enough resources to... Seems like white has not enough resources to press. So d4 then is... well, doesn't work. d4 doesn't work. Just wondering what could have been white's idea. Don't know if bishop h4 is any good. Maybe white's just going to, well, move this bishop back. Now, certainly a critical moment here. Certainly a critical moment. So white may want to move this bishop. By the way, perhaps bishop e3 is thought of possibility. So in this case, bishop e3, rook's gonna take e3. Using the pin, bishop f7, rook is returned. And, well, while objectively black has to be fine, but maybe white's gonna get some place. So eventually get d4. Though with an absence of dark squared bishops, so c5 might be a place to put white knight on. So we shall see. f6, no, not d4, as we said. Or just moving the bishop back. And, but well, in this case, not quite sure. I mean, in case of bishop f7, that would probably be what white is looking for. So then knight h4, and, well, queen is coming to g4, and, well, with absolutely clear kingside intentions. But maybe in this case, I mean, bishop d2, somehow it doesn't look very much convenient. So maybe black just gonna... oh, well, still knight h4 is an option. Yeah, maybe bishop d2 is a trickier one to save a tempo. Yeah, I don't see any other possibilities than bishop f7. Okay, knight a5 is available, but after bishop c2, well, still the position of this knight is a little bit awkward, and as well c4 might be a threat. c3, c4 attacking both d5 and a5. Well, so bishop d2 is most probably answered with bishop f7, then knight h4. Yeah, knight h4 seems to be the move. Well, a little bit awkward for black, as I said. Knight h4, and, well, white will try to make use of an f5 square, possibly getting the knight on g3 and queen on g4. So I'd say black piece is put a little bit aside of a king side, so white going to try to make some progress here. No, well, especially after knight h4, yeah, it looks like, well, some knight e7 seems to get control here on some light squares, but still queen g4, and, well, ideally white would like to play queen just somewhere. Okay, let's say g4, then move this rook to d1, and as I said, this bishop is actually on the way of white pieces. So, well, to complete the setup, maybe white wants to play the rook to d1, and then this bishop's going to be returned to c1, playing from its initial square. So that is what I can see in this position. Any tactical tricks? I'm just thinking if there is anything. Well, c4 is not really a move, I believe. No, just thinking about c4 to, well, to set the conflict immediately on the board. So c4, well, might be an option actually. So let us say b takes. Then if pawn takes, then it seems like black is just capturing the bishop, and then knight c7 is available. So white has to take like that. Well, maybe it's also a possibility. Knight e7, c5 check, king h8. And at the moment this bishop is blocked, so maybe... but no convenient way here. Well, as you can see, one game is already finished, and I'm practically sure how it was finished. Dzagnidze with Lagno. I'm gonna switch to this one at the bottom board. Yeah, that's a famous way to make a draw in this line, and was reluctant to speak about it, but I believe that you're gonna find few games in the database where a draw like that had been made. So d5 indeed was played by Nana Dzagnidze, e6, and then bishop g5, and black has no comfortable way to retreat the rook, so rook d7 somehow stands on the way of black's pieces. So rook d6, bishop f4 back, rook d8, bishop g5, and this is just a repetition. So Nana Dzagnidze couldn't find really a motive or motivation after yesterday's loss, so she decided just to keep a draw with white. And of course, when you're black against Dzagnidze, I mean, for Lagno it was just a normal result. So already we have 5 games in progress and 1 draw. I don't know if we're gonna have a press conference of those two, but meanwhile coming back to our games. The Muzichuk with Xiaoxi. Once again, I'm opening this one. Though we are shown the final position of Dzagnidze versus Lagno. So it's gonna take few more minutes while they're getting to a press room, and perhaps we're gonna see a press conference. Meanwhile, yeah, back to Muzichuk, and she's still thinking in this position, which is shown at the bottom of a page. Yeah, the right bottom corner. So last time, before I've noticed this draw, I was looking at this line. So takes, knight e7. Well, just thinking if, yeah, c5, king h8, but here, not sure if it's so comfortable for white. I mean, white cannot really keep this pawn. Yeah, that's the problem. They're just thinking if there is anything available for. No, not really. I mean, the queen's exchange was going to be not very nice for white, and something like bishop d2 can be answered with take, bishop c5, and black has won a pawn, and still seems to be rather solid here. Oh, just bishop e3 had been played, so bishop a5, f6, bishop e3, the one I've mentioned. So white is going to swap the bishops to take with the rook, and then knight most possibly is going to be placed to c5 one day. Just wonder if it has to be taken with the pawn. So, the board disappeared, so that means we're going to have a press conference of Nana Dzagnidze and Katerina Lagno, and going to be back right after.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our press center. It's 6th round of Women Grand Prix in Khanty-Mansiysk, and we are glad to see here so quickly Katerina Lagno, Nana Zagnidze. We were expecting someone. And, дорогие дамы и господа, мы начинаем нашу пресс-конференцию, 6-й тур женского гран-при в Ханты-Мансийске. И с нами Нана Загнидзе, Катерина Лагно. Спасибо, что пришли к нам в пресс-центр. И, пожалуйста, скажите, что случилось сегодня в партии.
Ну,
Надо
особенно
белыми, да? Ага.
Особенно. Ничего там, я думаю. Ну,
У нас есть special heaven.
да, ну Гринфилд играли.
Was Grünfeld, Defense.
Да, ну как-то я не знаю, может здесь.
Можно комментировать, вот знаешь, как
Да.
Эллочка из 12 стульев, то есть немногословно.
Ну, Катя Пати не вела
too
на
many words
этом
to say
варианте.
about
Да,
this
Катя? Это первый раз, да, ты так пошла, ладья D8? Или была у тебя Пати? Я не смотрела.
I think it was the first time you played
Я
Rook D8.
смотрела только Кон D7, у тебя было так.
Да?
I
Да.
saw you played only knight d7 before.
Я не помню.
I don't remember.
А, на китайской лиге.
Chinese League, I think.
Ну,
А
да.
это не считается.
I don't count it.
Это чайная... Это никогда
После
не...
ладья D8, не знаю. Ну, думала
Rook
там,
D8.
может, так пойду, слон D3.
Можно сказать, что она не была готова, да, к ладья d8 просто к этому варианту.
Ну, я смотрела Кон D7, но я
ну, то
я
есть под
как-то
меня.
глубоко не смотрела этот
Если б я
вариант.
помнила,
Я
что
смотрела
Кон D7.
другие варианты, которые она обычно играет. Это
I
просто...
was checking different variations which Katerina plays, and I was actually expecting her to play knight d7 as she used to play before. So I didn't check all these lines so deeply. So rook d8, I had to think here.
Ну,
I
для
remember
D8
bishop
надо,
d3 is
конечно, очень
possible.
хорошо знать, если хочешь играть на...
Может, слон D3?
You have to know very well this rook d8 if you
Ну и
want to
вообще
play
Гринфельд
for...
надо очень хорошо знать, желательно. За оба цвета. Поэтому.
And in
Слон
general,
D3
it's
я,
good to
если честно,
know
не знаю
Grünfeld
такой.
well if you play with both colors. It's important to know the theory very well.
Как?
Нет, ну, наверное, можно пойти,
CD?
да?
Или как? Слон G4.
Да, давай шахматами позанимаемся. Давай пойдем с
Let's
D4.
study some chess.
Слон G4, да? Так.
For example, bishop g4.
Да, не
Да.
испортите прическу.
Поэтому я H3 пошла. Ну, после этого, потом, когда я вот здесь слон G5 пошла, когда
вспомнила.
она ладья D6, я потом вспомнила, что сегодня я смотрела это, слон F4, вот это такое-то.
Не, ну хорошо, что ты хоть думала, иначе вообще ничья бы сразу получилось. Ну просто здесь сложно уйти от повторения. как бы.
Actually, then when bishop g5 appeared on the board, I remembered that I saw this line and it's draw. So, and Katerina said that, okay, at least you were thinking today, so the game was not so quick.
Да.
And by the way, Katerina, is it possible to continue playing here with black? And did you
Не, ну
think
можно,
maybe
конечно.
to use this opportunity, let's say that Nana had not so much time on her clock? Катя, думала ли ты продолжить здесь игру и попытаться как-то, может,
Ну
использовать
как?
то, что...
Как?
Не, ну
Я
думала,
смотрела,
значит,
не, E5 или как?
Значит, надо проверять только E5, но
Only
E5
E5
мне
is
не
possible.
нравилось. Я не
Да.
знаю,
I didn't
слон
like
G3,
it.
наверное.
Или,
Я не знаю, даже...
может, слон H6, Катя, может, слон H6.
Может, maybe bishop h6.
Или не надо, это уже твой слон плохой стал, да? Или не надо этого поменять? Не знаю.
Ну, я не
Maybe
знаю,
your
мне,
bishop is not good already after e5, so...
ну, мне в принципе E5 не нравилось.
Нет,
But I don't
просто
like
я
E5
думаю,
in general.
может
Здесь
здесь
еще
F6,
F6
да,
был.
F6. Но я здесь как слон E3 собирался играть.
Слон E3,
Maybe
да?
Да, обратно,
f6,
да.
bishop s3.
Ну, здесь надо только, я не знаю, F5
F5,
проверить.
да.
Ну, тогда можно опять сюда, например, пойти.
Опять не сейчас.
Или F,
Нет.
Катя, F.
Maybe e takes f5,
Ладья D5, да?
Да, и F как-то странно, нет?
rook d5.
Да, ну я так и думала. Может, ферзь C2 пойду так. Надо ладья F5, по-моему, брать. Или же F только. Я этого буду играть, эту позицию.
Так, опять.
Такого я не досмотрела.
Didn't check this line, knight d4.
Я не знаю, здесь можно как-то
Да, нужно.
не успеть выйти белыми, да?
В одну минутку возьму на
Чем?
4. Нет, с
Слоном?
слоном.
Слон
И
C4.
F,
Бьешь?
Да. Потом слон c4.
Я думаю, может быть.
Yeah, maybe possible.
Я не знаю, мне бы было белыми страшно.
Страшно, да?
I
Может,
would be
слон
scared
e6,
to
слон
play
c4,
this
ладья
position
d6, да?
with white.
Слон e6,
Ну, это да.
слон
это,
c4,
наверное,
ладья
минимум,
d6.
да? Так, если ничего не хочется считать.
Ферзь b3, там...
Что мы с тобой создаем кооператив, наверное, да?
Кооператив.
Вообще за оба цвета.
We are finding cooperative.
Нет, я
moves.
смотрю,
такая.
f6, в принципе, во-первых, можно, я не знаю.
Я слон a3. Смотрю.
Подожди, ну ладно, слон e3, f5, сейчас.
Ну, после слона 4 просто и d и слон f5 выходишь. Потом как? И d и слон f5 просто.
Ну, давай. И b5.
f5. Сейчас это слон 4. Там.
Не, ну ты же всегда c4 можешь пойти, не
You
знаю.
always can
Ну,
play
после
c4.
c4 мне
Не, ну
не
ладно,
нравилась
допустим,
моя
так.
позиция.
f5, да?
Да. f5, не знаю. Обратно,
Слушай,
да?
думать не
слон g5?
хочется, да, вообще? Есть такая проблема иногда у шахматистов, что не
А может
хочется
слон
думать.
g5, Катя? Слон g5.
We have this kind of problem when you don't want to think at all.
Ну, давай, ладно, d6.
Здесь.
И вот, по-моему, был так вот. Так, и так, теперь так, может быть. Может быть.
It's possible.
Да. Можно такое.
Вот.
И, ну, в любом случае очень острая позиция получается даже.
Ну да, и чтобы ее не обострять, как бы.
The position is becoming very sharp, so not
Ну,
to make it too sharp.
мне кажется, f6 это как бы, ну, если вот у человека не 30 минут или не 40, а 5, да, а вообще, ну, я не знаю, f6, потом...
I would play maybe f6 if my opponent would have maybe not 30 minutes, but 5 minutes, let's say.
Ну, как-то, не знаю, не нравилось мне f6.
I don't like to play something like this. Okay, first, Jamie.
This question for you, Katerina. This is your second quick game for you in the tournament. You had a
The first one.
Well,
And you
okay.
Against Zhao.
No, against Hou and Shanina. Against Hou and Shanina, you finished first. Is this a way to preserve your energy for the last 4 rounds by finishing early?
No, but you know, if I continue to play like this, I can say yes, that I will keep some energy for my next tournament, but not for this one. So, well, I was playing black, and in this line, well, I think if I want to make a draw, I cannot avoid if I don't want to make something bad with myself. So, well, but we'll see. We have still 4 rounds to go.
Вопрос был в том, что Катерина закончила уже вот вторую партию первой в этом турнире, и вопрос был в том, пытается ли она таким образом сохранить энергию до конца турнира, но на что Катя ответила, что если она будет играть в том же духе, то она будет сохранять энергию для следующих турниров, скорее всего. И на самом деле в этой партии конкретно черные сыграли этот вариант, и если белые хотят сделать ничью, сложно как бы избежать этого. Вот, и еще осталось 4 тура, и посмотрим, чем же все закончится. Нана, вот вчерашняя, допустим, партия как-то повлияла на сегодняшнюю? Тот факт, когда ты пришла домой, посмотрела ее, в какой-то мере вот результат предыдущих встреч, он влияет на следующие, или ты пытаешься обо всем забыть?
Ну, это зависит... результат, конечно, ну, зависит. Я просто вчера так плохо играла, конечно, да. Ну, сегодня как-то просто...
Сегодня очень хорошо,
да,
правда?
не хотела.
Сегодня мы очень хорошо играли. Сегодня.
Не знаю, обычно являет, конечно.
Влияет, да? То есть сложно как-то вот сказать, все, это было вчера и...
Ну, вчера это было просто катастрофа, я думаю. Просто не играть c5, это как, ну, не знаю, это просто это значит, что что-то не то, не идет просто, и не вижу. Если и 5 не видишь, тогда вообще.
So the question was if the previous games reflect somehow the play in the next round, and Nana said, of course, because yesterday it was kind of catastrophe for her. If she doesn't see such move as e5, then something goes absolutely wrong, and of course you cannot just forget about those games. Есть ли еще? Нет, сегодня нет. Спасибо огромное, спасибо за ваши комментарии.
Well, welcome back for a 7th round. So a little bit of surprising result, I'd say. Normally we don't see such a quick draw, but I believe ladies really explained at the press conference what has happened in this game, and basically it was up to Nana Zagnidze to repeat moves or not. And well, so Lagno had practically no choice, and well, as Zagnidze said, well, she wasn't happy with her current shape so far, so well, it really goes tough for her this tournament, not at the best form, so well, not getting something spectacular from the opening, having spent such a lot of time. I believe she just took a practical decision to repeat moves to make a draw. So we are returning to the games in progress, and this one at our screen now, Hou against Hou Shanina, is of course one of the key games of this round, and not only the round but the tournament. Perhaps Hou Shanina fans might have hoped for a revenge, because we all know the result of the match between those two. But so far seems unlikely, as I'd say. Well, so first of all, to speak about the situation on the clock, it's 25 minutes left for Hou Shanina. So, well, it means, only 13 moves being made, so it means she's approaching really huge time trouble here. And while the position is not that complicated, but I believe what she's doing, I mean, but I'd say it doesn't appeal to me too much what she's doing. So, don't know if we can have the board. Yeah, here we are. So, we saw bishop b5, and as I said, cb5 seems to be at least persistent, and that has been White's idea in this line. So c takes b5, this capture. Queen a5 had been played by Hou Shanina, queen d3 and queen b4. So I'm not sure what for this queen is put there, but maybe it's not that easy to really do something. But I'm just thinking if queen d3 is the proper move. Okay, it looks one of the possibilities, but no, I'm just thinking if a3 could have been any better. I mean, a3 b4, maybe that was black's point. Okay, queen a5, just a second. If white would have played a3, then perhaps black would play rook c8, b4, then returning the queen back. So, and this way rook from f8 comes into play. So maybe that was the point. So queen d3, queen b4. Keeping an eye on d4 bishop, and maybe one day some tactical tricks going to be possible. Don't see at the moment what can happen. And as far as I understand, in case of a3, black's gonna put the queen on b3. So it's not that easy. It's not that black is threatening to take b2, I believe. Certainly not. Let's say if white just plays some move. It's absolutely clear black is not threatening to take on b2, because after knight d5 the queen's gonna be trapped. But, well, instead, I mean, queen is really really a little bit, well, a little bit awkward for white. I mean, this position of queen on b4. So white really has to work to drive this queen away. Just thinking if something like, well, top b3, for instance, is not really recommended, because after rook c8, it's always gonna be threat of e7, e5, and still this, well, white can't do anything about the queen on b4. So maybe after all it's not such a bad idea. Well, it's white who has to, as I said, so normally white's plan would involve a movement of a pawn like a4, a5, but this way it's gonna make b3 square available for black's queen. At the same time, maybe black still wants to play rook c8 and one day even to take on b2. So not that easy, as I said, not that easy for white to progress, and particularly I'm not sure about the next white's move. So I'd say rook c1, for instance, rook c8, and still not clear how to continue with white. Black may want to double rooks on c-file. Well, a pawn is still a little bit hanging. Yeah, no, I just thought rook c8. Well, first off, I'm not quite sure what white has to do. Well, just a random move, king h1, perhaps going to be useful one day. So, well, rook c4 in this case. Still bishop f6, knight d5 doesn't seem to be available for black. Yeah, this one doesn't work, so take knight d5. Well, just capturing on c1 and capturing the pawn. Yes, so bishop f6 is not an option. Bishop e3. Well, and then possibly rook c8 is an option. Not quite sure. I mean, if white captures here, what's gonna happen? Maybe black already can take on b2, and then those two rooks on c5 are going to be really powerful. So take c2 and, well, I take b2 and everything seem to be hanging. Yeah, so maybe Shanina found an interesting way to play, to put the queen on b4. So white will have to react in some way here. No move from Hou found so far, so I'd like to move further, because there are few games which we hadn't really visit for quite some time. So switching to Kosintseva with Stefanova, just to figure out, because this game had been really simplified. Well, switching to, yeah, once again Kosintseva with Stefanova. Yeah, queen e3, rook fd8. Well, not quite sure what happens. Once again, Kosintseva is spending a huge amount of time, and she took on d8, but after rook d8, for some reason, white decided not to take on a7. So to me it looks a bit of a surprising decision, to be honest, but, well, maybe after some calculation Kosintseva decided it's going to be a bit dangerous, so f4. But in this case I'm not sure why white decided to take d8. I mean, so f4 was possible to play immediately. So I'd say, well, just if I'm coming back, if I would play f4 immediately, and then black is trying to do the same, to take on d8, to take on d1 and play rook d8. So in this case, white would have taken on d8 and take a7, or even playing rook g1 leads to the same position as in the game, but with rook being already on g1, and I believe it's certainly an improvement for white. So white decided to play it like that, take, f4, b6 was an answer, of course, so no hanging pawn on a7 anymore. f5 and rook e8. So what might happen there? Well, e4. Well, I'm wondering if e4 is hanging actually. So, well, first off, white is gonna take, I believe white's gonna take g6, h g6, and then, well, not certain if e4 is hanging. So what I can see, f2 f3 is not that comfortable because it makes knight d5 available for black. So in this case, the position going to be equalized completely. Maybe it's black who's gonna have better chances after all, though with a little bit more compact structure, the more flexible, I'd say. Well, yeah, that looks nice for Stefano, but this particular line. So just wonder if white can still keep the pawn on. Maybe yes, maybe to take on g6 is a little bit premature. Maybe white still has to keep this pawn, hoping to get perhaps e5 and f6 one day. But then white has to do something about this e4 pawn. f3, well, f3 immediately doesn't appeal to me either, so rook e1, but still it puts white's pieces under pressure. Maybe fg6 is needed, fg6, fg6, and, well, just some move here. I'd say, well, h4, I'm not sure if it's really a good idea. Knight e4 doesn't seem to be possible. Rook e1, and after f5, f3, this pin proves to be costly for black. But after h4, black as well might just play knight h5, hoping, yeah, to get to f4 square with queen e5 possibly. And this h4 pawn, while it's safely blocked, it might even become a target. So, well, not sure if h4 is such a great idea. Well, not an easy position to play for both players. So objectively might be, yeah, fg6 had been just taken. Objectively might be better for white, but at the same point, at the same time, I believe in practical terms, maybe black has not such tough decisions to be made. So maybe it's, well, easier to play for black in practical terms. So, well, I don't think Stefano will think on this one for too long. So h g6 seems to be natural and strong. The f g6 once again. Just wanna look on this one. Yes, h g6. Maybe white's gonna play something like. Yeah, I'm still wondering. I mean, black. While, yes, this majority of whites on a king side, and there might be a bit of a danger, but somehow white is not really comfortable in keeping things together. So queen e5 also might be a threat. Let's say after rook e1, the most primitive move, let's say, just to defend this pawn. Once again, if I'm gonna come back and well, in case of f3, knight d5 seems to equalize using the pin of e4 pawn on this file. So rook e1, and then one of the options could be just lifting the queen here, queen e5, f4 and queen h5. And, well, material is a bit reduced, so once again e5 is always met with knight d5. The queen is not really badly placed on h5. Well, h2 h2 is hanging against again knight d5 might be a threat. So, well, doesn't look really depressing for black, and if Cynthia continues to think like this, she might be even in a bit of a danger later on. If she gets to a time trouble, her position is simplified, but not simple enough not to be worried. though young spectators are shown, and well, right before the beginning of the round I've seen they went for autographs. So, well, it means, well, while we are not really having a huge crowd here, but still we have spectators, and young girls are interested, of course, in taking autographs and seeing their idols in flesh. Well, so moving further then. So, well, one game I have to remind for those who just joined us. One game is finished. Zagnidze Velisilagno. Third is had been Kosintseva with Stefanova. So I'm moving further to those Olga Gira and Alexandra Kostyniuk players sharing a third place. Pardon, the second is Anna Muzichuk at the moment, but sharing third and fourth place. And you can see it's actually quite a sharp position here. And yeah, everything is so complicated. Well, I can't really imagine how this one could have happened. So, well, A4 C5, that's one we saw. Rook FD1. Then Kostyniuk went. Well, it tends to be her favorite move in this line. Queen E8. Well, I find it hard to explain this one in this particular position. So black just, yeah, so rook c1 and bishop d6. So this way. So first black escapes the pin with the queen, then black plays the bishop to d6. And well, the idea in the game had been shown d5 e5. So that what happened in the game. So otherwise, still not sure what black is planning to do, but perhaps black's gonna still play e5 anyway. I'm not sure, but might be the case. Or just play queen e7. Yeah. Still, I'm not sure if e5 was well, d5 was the best idea. d5 e5. Then it well, really looks rather strange what both people, both players did. Bishop g3. Well, here basically, well, no, I'm not sure what's going on. So bishop g3, knight h5. Well, after this one, I believe. Black has to be fine, but. No, so I mean, black is preparing to play f5 and everything. Just thought if something like knight h4, no, f5 again. So knight e4, bishop b8, bishop h4, f5, and then white went for this line, d6, and bishop e7, sacrificing material. fe4 had been played. I'm not quite sure if it's such a great idea for white. I mean, there was also bishop e4 available, so this way white is well, I'm not sure what's going on. So bishop f8, queen f8, and here knight h4 is rather annoying. And in case of knight f8, I believe knight e5 could have been white's idea, or might be even something else. Yeah, knight g5 also seems interesting. When black takes, it's d7, knight d7, rook d7. Yeah, two pieces for a rook, but well, white has got an attack here, has to be said. So I'm not sure if this one is acceptable for black, so white definitely has some chances. Nevertheless, so bishop e7, black prefer to take with the pawn, fe4, but after knight h4 still, so black is clear knight up, but all those guys on queen side, the two bishops and the rook, cannot really take part in main actions. And main actions, of course, are going to be there on the king side. So it's well, you can see they're changing a chair. So there've been a lot of stories with changing a chair. Well, first off, during the candidates, Kramnik wasn't happy. And Olga Gira makes a Kramnik's move by changing a chair during the game, while Alexandra Kostyniuk is thinking, trying to find out what to do here. So, really, I mean, at the moment it's just a clear piece up for black, but it's not easy for her to play. Queen G3 might be called a threat, I'd say. Queen G3 might be called a threat. So I'm just wondering if what black has to do actually. There is no way to escape with this rook, first off. So that means this rook is going to be taken sooner or later. Maybe black just has to play something like knight f6, return the 9 back to the game, and try to take control over the kingside squares here, then not to let white queen to step into action. Still, it's rather complicated. So, well, perhaps bishop f8 might be played, but I'm not quite sure if it's really needed. It's a take. Maybe it makes black's life easier, by the way. Maybe it makes black's life easier. Maybe this rook, it doesn't seem to run anywhere. So maybe white just has to play something else. So, but as well, it's hard for white to bring rooks into play. If white would be able to open a file for the rooks, it's immediately going to be very much dangerous for black. So knight hf6 seems to me to be a good move, because let's say there is g5 available, but then after take, I mean, it might be rather dangerous for black. So d7 is a possibility, for instance. d7, yeah, in this case it looks rather scary. d6, rook d7, d7, rook d7. Maybe this one is simply winning for white. Yeah, that's an illustration of those, once again, those pieces on queen side which are just not in time to take part into the action. The knight hf6 surely has to be played. Still looking for alternatives, but don't see really. So knight f6 seems to be just solid and strong. Well, in this case, I'm still wondering how white's going to proceed. Well, indeed white, as I said, indeed white has a compensation even in this case by taking f8 and jumping the knight to f5. Won't be that easy for black. Still, black has to organize her play somehow. So it's going to be about the safety of d6 pawn. If hardly I can imagine this pawn moving to d7. So has to stay on d6, and it has to stay very well defended. If this pawn is lost, basically it's going to define black's huge advantage. But otherwise, when it stays there on d6, limits black's possibilities pretty much. This bishop is buried for ages here on b8 and doesn't look any better on a7. So, well, rather complicated position. I mean, still with some material advantage for black, but really it's going to be very hard for both players simply to make moves here. Fe4. Just thinking if it were any alternatives there. I'm still thinking about a possibility of knight g5, which looks actually a better move to me. Not sure. Okay, black is practically forced to take. I mean, so if this knight arrives to e6, it would have been too much. The knight g5, h5, then take f8. It means knight f8 just loses after d7. Yeah, knight d7, rook d7, and well, black seems to be lost. So knight g5, h5, bishop f8, and black once again would have played knight f6. So bishop e7, so that could have been this position instead of the one in the game. And, well, still not sure which one is better. So basically, I would prefer to keep the bishop on e7, of course, but perhaps Gira has her own reasons to play knight h4 instead of knight h5, knight g5. So still a lot of time for both players. Well, so this is how it looks. Bishop e7. Well, in this case, somehow I like white's position even more than the game. Yeah. Well, anyway, it's not that clear what's gonna happen. Meanwhile, we still have one game remaining uncovered since, I believe, since the first hour of play. So Botchimek with Muminova. We surely have to take a look on this one, because we left girls quite some time ago, and a lot of things happened there. So that had been the position here. Yeah, and indeed, white just played bishop b1, the one I've mentioned. So that one is interesting. Knight b3, e5, knight d5. But here, the way Botchimek played, I don't really like. So white went for knight d2. The first step, I'm not quite sure if black would take on a1, but perhaps there is something. But black took a practical decision, of course, by just taking on d2 and playing f5. So now white is simply forced to take on f6, otherwise both white bishops are not very well placed, so this pawn on f5 would restrict white's attacking options pretty much. Already here I can say black is better, so ef6, rook f6. And you can see also Botchimek's clock, I mean, so 18 minutes left, and so okay, I'm getting to this position. Bishop e4, rook a f8, f3, and well, Muminova, while being not really high rated and while not being one of the top players here, but during those couple of Grand Prix tournaments, while I'm following her, she proved to be very good in attacking chess, and that's exactly what she's doing best. I mean, finding nice continuations in the attack. So this time she progressed with rook h6, forcing g3, sort of softening white's king cover. And once again, I have to mention those rook on a1 and bishop on b2 not taking any part in the action. So, well, meanwhile, those are nice shoes of Botchimek to Shintuk's, but well, shoes are nice, but the position is rather depressive. So g3, knight f6. Bishop comes back to d3. Bishop d5. Well, I'm not sure if this bishop d3 is not a decided mistake, because here bishop d5, rook f1, and black found a very nice resource, knight g4, practically setting white's position beyond any hope. So I'm not quite sure if Botchimek is going to do any better today than in the previous round. So knight g4, and Muminova looks merciless. So just an explanation what happened. Okay, h2 is attacked and there is no nice way to defend it. There is no way at all. Yeah, so just have to explain what's gonna happen in case of fg3, and of course it's a nice tactical trick. Queen fg4, queen takes g3 check, and mate on h1. So in this position, I don't see white coming back into this game. So yeah, rook h2 is the threat, and well, then g3 is going to be hanging. So well, really it looks bad. just too many threats. Rook f2. Once again, it's just simply lost, I believe. The multiple reasons. Well, first off, just taking f2, it gives black a huge material advantage. Might be even something else. So knight g4 and, well, looks game over. It looks like game over. So, yeah, well, just don't see anything. I mean, not only rook h2, but knight h2 as well is a threat. So in case of queen g5, for instance, might be not absolutely hopeless for white after rook h2, queen g4, rook b2. Still bad, but maybe white could have fight on in this case. Yeah, c4, for instance. Well, but the problem here would be knight h2 actually. Also attacking f3 and rook on f1. Yeah, just absolutely hopeless this one is. So, and we can see well, an understanding expression on Bochimek's face. So that means well, probably thought just to think a bit. So after bishop t5, yeah, already it looks too late. I mean, then bishop e2 would have been answered with the same knight g4. Yeah, absolutely the same motive. So perhaps bishop d3 was sort of decisive mistake here. Yeah, it really looks like. So bishop d3. Was it good or bad? But white had to try to bring some pieces into play and not to remove this bishop from long diagonal. So, well, I believe still we're going to wait for another move here from Bochimek to Printux, just to see if this nice combination is going to happen on a board. Well, but of course he understands what is on black's mind, so it might be just, well, let's say an act of goodwill to take this knight and to allow your opponent to play a spectacular combination over the board, because otherwise it still looks rather hopeless for white. Yeah, white simply is not in time to do anything. Well, from c4, for instance, it's still rook takes h2 and everything falls apart. Yeah, everything just falls apart. Queen, yeah, g3 has to be defended, so queen e1. Well, then, apart from taking b2, but well, as well, white just can, no, I mean, black just can take f3, also threatening. Seems like black is threatening rook f2 here, take on b2. No, this one is absolutely hopeless. Oh, queen e6 or what? Oh, well, maybe still some hope. No, take e6. Now it was looking to take g4, but no chance. Queen f7 or rook f7, and yeah, rook f7. Let us say, if queen takes, then to take b2 and extra exchange in absolutely winning position. Okay, so I don't know if this game is, well, indeed it's going to be continued, but I don't believe it's going to last for long. Simply no resources for white here. Well, so don't know if we have to come back to see something. Well, how you find with Shanina for one more time? Just I'm pretty much curious which move Hou Yifan made. Then we are going to be off for a short break. But before that, I'd just like to see what happened after Queen b4 in Hou Yifan with the Shanina. So Queen b4, Rook fd1, as has been planned. Rook fc8. Hou Yifan played a2 a3. Well, at least trying to force black to play queen c4. Trying to force black to play queen c4. In this case, I believe white would have taken, and well, at least would have secured an equal chances. But well, queen b3 looks well, a little bit more ambitious. After queen e2, black plays e6, the covering d5 square. Rook d3 and bit played. Queen c4, rook a d1, knight e8. Yeah, taking my words back. Okay, it might have looked more ambitious, this queen b3, but still it's visible that it's white who's gonna have pressure. So white just takes g7, king g7, and while this d6 now is permanently weak, and therefore this knight is hardly unlikely to be able to come into play. Well, perhaps knight c7 taking b5, so maybe that is Shanina's point. Let's say, yeah, queen e3 for instance. Maybe black's gonna try knight d7, but it still looks like knight c7, so it still looks a bit awkward, I would say. They're not immediately taking, but instead, let's say, playing i4. Yeah, not really easy for black. Still some inconvenience is still there, still in the position. You know. As well, yeah, after a4, white may think of playing with another side pawn to play h4, h5, because all black pieces somehow are stuck on a queen side, and king is left on its own. Well, we shall see how this one's going to be, how this one's going to develop. Well, apart from bishop g7, I don't see any moves to be. Well, I mean, bishop g7 just looks logical. I mean, you don't want to move the bishop, because after bishop c3, really black gets some material gains. The rook is pinned, so bc. Well, this one is just bad. Yeah, queen b5. Well, the bishop is really hanging on d4 at the moment. So bishop d4, rook d4, queen e2. The simpler it goes, it becomes better for black. So it's better not to keep this bishop on d4. Well, I'm not sure if. Well, just thought if white will try to play queen f2 in order to swap queens as well after queen d4, but also doesn't seem to be too much dangerous. So what black can do, I mean, this pawn is safely defended on d6. Indeed, the knight is passive, but if queens are off the board, then, well, now I'm not speaking about possible queen b3, because, yeah, knight d5 is my concern. But, well, while queens are off the board, I mean, you cannot really that easy cut to this pawn on d6. The black's gonna play king f8, king e7. Yeah, in this case, doesn't look any dangerous for Shanina. Well, maybe the whole thing with this knight on e8 is just good for black. Just thought it. Yeah, indeed the knight is passive, but well, maybe bishop g7, as I said, bishop g7, king g7 is just a way to play. Not sure about queen e3 though, but yeah, queen e3, actually black has queen c5. And well, my all note about the endgame, I mean, with this structure is fully applicable here as well. So queen a3 might be not the best idea. Yeah, maybe it's not that bad for black anyway. Okay, I hope we still have time to make a break, to make a short break here. So coming back in, well, in few minutes then. Coming back in few minutes, and we shall see how this one develops. So let's hope none of those games going to be finished.
currently Uzbekistan's #1 women-rated player and the first ever women grandmaster in her homeland, Nafisa was introduced to chess much later than the professional chess world got used to. Up to the age of 9, she was absorbed by her piano classes in Kokand City, and it was only after her father took her to the local chess club that she had to face a small dilemma: piano or chess? That was the question. Fortunately, Nafisa chose the latter and went on to rise inchmeal until it became clear that there was no turning back and the inevitable was bound to happen. In 2002, she won the Under-12 Girls National Championship. From this moment on, the gold medals in various age groups were set aside for her, including those of a higher caliber from the Women National Championships in 2008, 2009 and 2011. She qualified for the World Women Championship in 2007 from the zonal tournament, which motivated her further to win the silver medal in 2008 in the Under-18 Asian Championship and in 2010 in the Asian Games. Consequently, Nafisa became the undisputed top board in the Olympic team of Uzbekistan, where she proved the leadership position suits her rather well. The Uzbek women grandmaster is currently studying sports psychology in the State Institute of Physical Culture and is no stranger to the top-level women chess. Nobody would be surprised if from the underdog position the national chess pride of Uzbekistan will actually surprise. When toddlers are generally speaking just learning to walk and talk, the few of them manage to wow the audience by finding more challenging tasks. It was the case of young Anna, a 2-year-old child who took up chess before she could even say Zugzwang. She progressed smoothly ever since and went on to prove her talent by crowning her junior career with 2 gold medals in the World Championships Under-16 in 2005 and Under-20 in 2010. Anna's track record couldn't have passed unnoticed. Starting with 2004, she was invited to play on the first board for the Slovenian team. But her rise didn't stop there, and the vast array of medals and titles speak for themselves. In July 2012, Anna crossed the 2600 mark, undoubtedly proving she is capable of shoulder-to-shoulder combat against top grandmasters, when she took part in the ACP Golden Classic 2012. The secret key to success is within everyone's reach as long as one could be as disciplined as the Slovenian grandmaster. Anna is a hard worker, dedicating 6-8 hours per day to the royal game. In moments of doubt, the support of her sister Maria comes in handy, the two motivating and helping each other to climb the highest heights of success in the passion they both share, chess. A big fan of Kasparov, whose games influenced her the most, Anna displays the same fearless, attacking chess without forgetting of prophylaxis. The Bulgarian star received her first chess guidance from her father at the age of 4, and just 3 years later she already made her name by winning the Sofia Championship. In the twinkling of an eye, Antoanetta's results bore the resemblance to the snowball effect, culminating with her win at the 10th Women World Championship in 2004. The former World Women Champion almost reclaimed her title back in 2012, but lost by a whisker in the final against the Ukrainian Grandmaster Hou and Shanina. She is now the irreplaceable top board of the Bulgarian Olympic team, where she had her debut back in 1992 in Manila at the age of just 13. Since then, she played in the next 10 Olympiads, including the participation in the men team in 2000. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. In 1997, her rating broke into the top 10 women worldwide, and in 2002 she won the European Women Championship, a victory which propelled her to the second highest rated woman in the January 2003 rating list, with 2560. But Antoanetta's presence does not shine only over the chessboard. She is also a glamorous person, known and admired for her look, perfect for any magazine cover, and not only for the chess ones. In 30 years of chess career, Antoaneta acquired the proficiency and maturity to make another leap forward. The Tuvshintuks family has a unique engagement with the royal game. Chess is like the history of our family. Everyone plays it. Uncles, sisters, nieces, my aunt, nephew, brother, and they hold FIDE titles too. Shares the strongest player from the clan, women grandmaster Batchimek. Like father, like daughter. Batchimek's talent gradually brought her to the second place in the national woman list, making her an irreplaceable presence in the national team. She proved her skills on several occasions by winning the gold medal in all 3 national women championships, classical, rapid and blitz. And yet her other honorable results shouldn't be placed under lock and key either. Batchimek took the first place in the Susan Polga World Open Championship in 2006, the 5th place in the 16th Asian Games from Guangzhou 2010, and the gold medal with her team in the 11th World University Championship in Zurich 2010. But it was recently, in 2013, when Batchimek made a name for herself in the widened chess spheres, by becoming the surprise of the FIDE Women Grand Prix from Dilijan. Batchimek occupied the very honorable 7th place, surpassing experienced players like Harika Dronavali, Olga Giria, Victoria Chmilite, Elina Danielian and Bella Khatinashvili. On top of that, she defeated the current women world champion Hou at the 2013 Geneva Women Grand Prix. Batchimek's full name might be quite difficult to pronounce for the European speakers, but her easygoing personality will not fail to be noticed too. The 27-year-old is an affable lady who loves to dance and sing, proving her talent not only on the 64 squares board, but also in many other sports. Skydiving will be one of them soon. So don't get fooled by the apparent gentle look. Batchimek's talent and courage are able to produce masterpieces. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. For Anna, this happened as a pure coincidence, when her mother wanted her to play draughts. But when they reached the club, it turned out that they had only chess. This was just the starting point of a long journey. Although the young Anna learned how to move the pieces a bit later than her colleagues, when she was only 7, nothing stopped her progress since. She firmly stood up from the crowd by becoming the clear Ukrainian women champion for several years. Soon after, Anna strikes with an early pinnacle in 2006 Olympiad, where her undefeated 7 out of 10 score helped the Ukrainian team to gold. Since then, the team medals kept on coming like clockwork. Anna being responsible in a great measure for that. Her individual successes didn't cease to occur either. After bringing home the bronze from the European Women Championship in Plovdiv in 2008, Anna made the biggest leap of the career, becoming the 14th World Women Chess Champion in 2012. She overpowered the higher-rated Anna Muzyczuk, Natalia Pogonina, Nadezhda Kosintseva and Yu Wenyun to finally reach the final against the former world champion Antoaneta Stefanova, which she defeated as well. But Anna's interests are not limited to only chess. She is very much fond of jurisprudence, subject from her law faculty at Yaroslav the Wise Law Academy in Ukraine. This, combined with her affection for the classical wizards, such as Spassky, Smyslov or Karpov, may explain Anna's playing style in terms of foresight and circumspection, melded with fearless attacks when given the chance and when the position allows it.
So, coming back to the live transmission for the 7th round here. Well, and as you can see, while we had a break, this game between Nafisa Muminova and Batchimek Tuvshintuks is just finished. I believe Batchimek lost. Yeah, we saw this one. I mean, know if you remember, I don't have a technical ability to bring the board of this game, but yeah, this one with nice knight g4 strike, and this game is just finished. Well, quite a collection of coffee cups I can see in the hand of Boczymektovshin as well. She's pretty much upset, of course, and well, being on 1 out of 7 is rather depressive, and especially as I said, I mean, I don't believe that is her objective result. So, well, rather depressive scenario for Mongolian player. So it makes us 2 games finished and 4 more in progress. I hope we can take a snap look at Mosechuk with Xiaoxi for a short period, then possibly we're gonna well, see a press conference. I don't know if we can see a press conference, because in our games we have a lot of time troubles, I believe. Well, not yet here in this game, but still it approaches the, well, really a stage where both of them gonna be short on time. Well, from what I can see, the position changed pretty much in Mosechuk with Xiaoxi. Looks rather promising for Anna. Well, let's hope I'm gonna be able to bring the board in. Well, show what's going on. Yeah, and well, White sacrificed an exchange, got couple of pawns here for an exchange, and well, we shall see what's going to happen there. Well, just going to check other boards if anything is going on here. Well, quite a complicated position still in Giria with Kostyniuk. I can't predict a thing here. Then Hou with the Shanina. Well, still in progress to know how to assess this position. Well, a little bit tough for Shanina being that short on time, but still playing. Kosintseva with Stefanova, well, seems to be, well, this Kosintseva with Stefanova looks more or less equal, and don't expect, I mean, much of an action in this one. So looks rather drawish, I believe. Looks rather drawish. Well, so what's going on here? Well, let's speak about Mosechuk and Xiaoxi, so just to see if we can have this position on a board and to see what happens, because I believe, so yeah, Mosechuk is thinking still. She didn't make a move. Let's try to, well, to examine the position here, or not yet. Yeah, perhaps, well, we are up to have a press conference of Nafisa Mominova. Yeah, so we are back right after.
To win today against Boczymektovshin Books, and can you please tell us what happened today?
So, in the first round, I played this opening against Shanina.
Я играла этот же вариант против Шаниной в первом туре.
And here I put c5 with Shanina, but here.
Здесь я сыграла c5 с Ушениной.
In this game I decided to go this version.
В этой партии я решила пойти на этот вариант.
So, c6. And here I think maybe Queen e2 or something like this. Queen d3 maybe prevent bishop a6. Because bishop is staying on a6. It's good. Then knight comes to
Может быть, стоило пойти ферзь e2, ферзь d3, чтобы не допустить того, чтобы черные пошли слоном на h6.
And maybe here rook e1 also is good.
Возможно, ладья e1 тоже
and then e4
был хорошим ходом.
Because bishop is staying here, okay. Then after e4, bishop can go to g5 or somewhere to this side.
То есть с идеей пойти e4 и вывести слона на g5 или на f4.
knight e4, bishop c4. And I thought here after knight b3 you're going to prepare check. After knight b3, rook a2.
Я думала, что в этой позиции черные пойдут на повторение после ладья 1, ладья 2. Jimmy, but you thought maybe it's already a comfortable position for black here?
No, I thought I'm gonna play e5. I was calculating, this line, and then playing knight d2. That's what I was planning, and but then later on I didn't see this f5. I mean, I thought that with two bishops would be okay for me. But after f5 I played terribly. I mean, basically like making weird moves.
После e5 я играла не очень хорошо. Мне кажется, делала плохие ходы, и как бы все пошло не так.
Now here I was calculating bishop h7, but unfortunately it's not working because of the defense on bishop d3.
Здесь смотрели ход слон h7, но это не работает. После
bishop d3 or
после слона d3.
Just rook can go somewhere.
И даже ладья d8.
I think bishop d3 is best.
Слон d3 самый лучший, наверное, ответ.
Well, wait, here, but then there's also some defense. Well, I was planning to play knight d4, knight d2.
And here I saw also this move.
Здесь я смотрела ход конь g5.
Yeah, and then what was it?
If h6, then maybe I don't know, maybe knight h7 or bishop h7. Then just like rook b1 maybe. Or yes, rook b1. Now you want to go bishop c2.
Yeah, maybe, but I also saw this, what is it? G3, G6, yeah? When
G6,
I play,
yeah?
yeah, no, I mean, when I play knight
no,
G5.
If G6, if here is
no. When I play knight G5 instead of H6, just to play G6 or something.
G6 here?
Здесь же 6 вместо 6.
If here G6, then you're...
I mean, of course, yeah, there's
knight
some...
E4 or something like that. It's okay to give. There will be, I think, enough compensation.
Мне кажется, здесь будет достаточно компенсации, поля черные слабые.
Well, I thought that, knight d2 and then exchange the knights, and then with the two bishops will be somehow...
Я думаю, что здесь два слона...
That's not working, knight c4, yeah. Bishop, queen d3.
Queen d3, then g6.
And then...
just capture.
Bishop a1.
Yeah.
Knight d6, and should be good.
Oh, here, g6. Bishop a1.
Knight d6.
Yeah.
Yeah, knight d2 is just...
yeah, after f5, I thought maybe white doesn't have to capture this pawn.
После f5 я думала, что белые не обязательно забирать эту пешку.
I thought about it, but still, I mean, just, knight on d5 is also quite well placed, and I could also play e4 and something like that, and bishop e3.
Oh, here also there was another idea. Just straight just go here, knight d2.
Yeah, here was also possible, and also I was thinking, where was it? Instead of bishop b1, also I was thinking knight e5. I could also play there. When you played bishop c4, there was no option also to play knight e4.
Другой ход после слон c4.
Here, right?
Yeah.
If here knight e5, I think it's okay for black.
Okay.
Because this white bishop will be very dangerous for black if it goes to this file.
Well, I mean, I can also play bishop a1 and something like that, keep the bishop on that diagonal and bring the rooks.
Слона белопольного, потому что он может принять участие в атаке будет.
Yeah, okay, so I could take or either play bishop a1 or something.
Oh, no, I don't like this bishop.
Мне не очень нравится этот слон.
And I bring the rook, and then after I can also play bishop b2 and bishop c1 or something like that.
После того, как я передвину ладью, я смогу вернуть слона на b2.
Okay, maybe.
Yeah, maybe, but
Возможно.
I thought the other position was okay.
Думала, что позиция хорошая на самом деле, но
Okay, here after.
Yeah,
I think
here
bishop
I
e4 is final.
думаю, что слон e4 это последняя
mistake.
ошибка.
Yeah, I played it quite
And
fast.
it's
I just didn't see the knight f6. I mean, I thought.
maybe here knight rook e5.
Может быть, здесь ладья e5.
Yeah, could be. Yes.
Заблокировать как-то ферзя.
Okay, there. It's also not. It's not unclear here also. Okay, f8, then f3, then knight goes to f4.
Yeah, there's actually some possible. Just the thing is, bishop on b2 is not so.
Проблема
Yes,
вот
it's
этой позиции в том,
always
что слон на b2 очень плохой.
Well, maybe I can play bishop a2 and
Вне игры.
Yeah, what I played is kind of like forced, and then here also, yeah. Great strings.
And
Yes,
here,
you
of
said,
course,
yeah.
Queen is 3. Just preventing knight g4.
Здесь надо было, конечно, пойти ферзь e3, как бы предупреждая ход конь g4.
And I don't know what to do here.
Я не знаю, что здесь делать для того, чтобы продолжить атаку.
Maybe knight
Может быть, конь h5.
Yeah, maybe. This was the idea of black, yeah?
Это была идея черных. Грозит конь g3, да?
Well, then I guess I have to play f4 or something.
f4, something like
f4.
then c4.
Mm-hmm.
I have to play c4, then bishop.
А там конь f4 эти все не проходят, да?
Конь f4.
Вместо c4.
Вместо c4, конь f4.
Не знаю, где-то пытаться мат поставить, что ли. Или это совсем как-то оптимистично.
Мне кажется, нормально. Нет?
Не знаю, просто пришло в голову.
Уже ферзь g3, ладья g4. Да.
So bishop on b2 is kind of like out of play. So it was on
Bishop
c1 or something. No?
По сути, как бы без фигуры получается. Like, looks like without piece, white plane is playing.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind
Okay, after knight g4, it's just.
of, yeah.
Nafisa, I paid attention that you are very good and strong in attack in some tactical, let's say, things. You see tactic very quickly, and it happened already in a few games before. Do you make any special? Do you solve some special puzzles, or how did you prepare yourself for this tournament?
No, I can't say that I'm doing something special.
What exactly?
Puzzles or something. Just normal puzzles I'm solving every day. Then that's all.
That's all, yes. And maybe, do you prefer, which kind of style of chess you prefer? Tactical games, I mean, or positional? What do you think is your style?
It's hard to say something like positional or tactical is my style. Just I'm trying to play what's very is going the position, and I want to play.
According to
the position, yes. I'm trying to play like that.
I have one question for you, Nafisa. You're on track to score an IM norm in this event, and you've got one IM norm already registered on the FIDE website. Do you have any other IM norms at all? And if so, is it just the rating now that you really are needing to achieve the IM norm, the IM title, sorry?
I have two IM norms. One, it was first by IM norm, it was 2009 in Malaysian Open. And second IM norm I did in last Olympiad in Turkey.
And what is your goal? To be international master, or you will try to be grandmaster as well?
Of course, I will try to be grandmaster.
So this is a goal. This is in your plan.
Actually, it's not my plan because the titles. I don't pay attention to titles. I just want to play the good chess. That's all.
And what about Chimi? Would you like also to fight for some, let's say, main titles?
Yes, I have 5 IM norms already,
Yes.
and then I would like to reach my rating at least, first 2400. That's my main goal for now, but well, this tournament is not going well for me, so obviously I might lose some ratings later on, but well, it happens in every player, basically, like ups and downs, so I'll try to take it positively and work on my mistakes and try to do better on my next tournaments, and also the last Grand Prix will be in our country, and and of course still like 4 rounds to go.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
And Nafisa, another question: Have you seen any media reports about your success so far in this tournament back in Uzbekistan? And if so, what has the reports been like?
То есть видела ли ты какие-то уже новости в Узбекистане по поводу своего выступления и пишут ли об этом сейчас в Узбекистане?
Yes, they're writing. They're all they're supporting me, and I'm very happy for that.
And just we didn't mention this, but with whom do you prepare for this tournament, and who is supporting you?
Actually, I prepared this tournament with our national team coach, Vladimir Nikolaevich, and my father helped me, and that's all.
What is the level of chess of your father?
He understands chess very good, I can say like that. And he didn't play chess, never professional.
Yes, but he knows something.
Because of me and my sisters, he learned chess.
But he supports you also psychologically.
Of course.
So we are back to cover the 7th round of play live, and well, we simply cannot afford to follow this nice press conference, as it's almost 3 hours of play are gone, and I believe we have clashes on every board remaining. So it's we have to follow the games. It's been a long time since I visited Muzachuk for the last time, so just we have to retract the game quickly and just to see what's going on. So Bishop E3, if you remember, was the last game last move we saw. So just quickly, King H8 took on A7, D4. That basically this is the start of really sharp operations here in the center. Knight F4, White picks the gauntlet, takes on E5, sacrificing an exchange this way. Knight D3. Well, White could have played something like Rook E3, but in this case it would be, I think, practically no chance for an advantage after Knight E5. So White picks, accepts the challenge, takes on F6, Knight E1, takes on G7, King G7, Queen E1. So for an exchange sacrificed, White has got a couple of pawns, and the Black King lost its shelter, so the King is weak as well. Knight G5, Rook F5, and F4 has been played by Anna Muzachuk. King H8, Queen H4. All the pieces are concentrated on a king side. Actually, eventually, this rook is coming to E1, also supported with the queen. There might be, if knight is moved, there might be some tactical tricks connected with knight f7, not straight away, because rook takes f7 back is available, but still looks rather dangerous for black. So black has to move this rook back quickly. Has to try to move this rook back quickly. Rook a8, and then possibly rook e8 or rook f8 to bring this rook into play. Otherwise, yeah, one of white's ideas could be just to play rook f1 and then g4 to set all those pawns, queenside pawns in motion. Well, looks rather dangerous. The rook a8 seems to be sort of only move. Then on rook e1, black may play rook e8. Yeah, no knight jumps available, so there's gonna be a pin on e file, and actually rook g5 is gonna be a threat. Yes, and in case of rook f1, black's gonna play rook f8 accordingly. So once again, no g4 available for white. Yeah, maybe it's not that easy for white actually. Maybe it's not that easy. Once again, some tactical possibilities for black. I don't know if rook f4 is an issue. No, not really. Yeah, but rook a8 certainly looks like being the move in this position. Just wonder if white could do something better than that. If white could do something better than that. And well, queen e3 looked interesting to me. Queen e3, just the same, trying to set those pawns in motion with f4 g4. Well, f4 had been just rook f5, f4 had been just played, king h8. I'm not quite sure about queen h4 here. Just thought maybe knight e6 would have been, well, stronger. I'm not sure, but I mean, just to set this g4 and f5 to set these pawns in motions, as I said. So maybe, well, but queen h4 still looks fine. Move 23 with well, 12 minutes for Muzachuk and a little bit more than 15 for Xiaoxi, so a bit of time deficit they're starting to experience. Well, it looks like it's going to be clarified in next 5-10 moves what's going to happen in this game. So, well, have to switch to the other one. Olga Kirov is Alexandra Kostynyuk, because this one is also seems to be, well, come on, this one seems to be very tense as well. Kirov is Kostynyuk. Well, that's quite a unbalanced position this is. So, well, we saw this one, yeah. We saw this one, knight h4. How about the situation on the clock? So 10 minutes for Olga Kirov. So this is what happens there. Knight f6, as I said. And then Kirov, well, took a brave decision not to take an exchange, but just to progress as a positional sacrifice. So she's playing clear knight down, but with black pieces set out of play here. Bishop e6, bishop c6. So, well, very interesting game, I have to say. So I'm not sure how this one's gonna finish, but quite an interesting game. Bishop f5. So, well, this knight comes into play eventually. Rook f7. So white cannot really restore the balance anymore. Knight g6. King goes back. Queen c4. Rook a7. Well, then b3 has been played. Well, this b3 is really a cool-blooded move. So, yeah, at the moment it looks very good for white, and not quite sure if b3 was really needed. But okay, p3, knight d5. So now it's a question what to do for white. Still bishop. Well, knight d5. Possibly black wants to play b5 here. So maybe b3 was a little bit too slow, have to say. So rook d5, let's say. It might be b5 for black. So in case of rook takes f5, I wonder if here white has something decisive. So on rook e5 there is, well, king h7 actually doesn't look that bad. Rook takes, queen g6, so after a couple of exchanges it looks like black improved the situation a little bit, or maybe even rook f7 is also available. Then don't know if there is any decisive strike, possibly not. Well, the knight d5, and the other option would be to play bishop e6, of course, threatening the pin once again and, well, attacking the knight. But then in this case it's wholly possible black's gonna go for b5, driving the queen back, although queen can be relocated, queen e2, queen h5 or queen g4. So not entirely sure what's gonna happen. So b3, knight d5, move 26 and 7 minutes left for Gira. But really this one is a spectacular game. Oh, I've just spotted there is other opportunity just to take on e4, which also seems to be rather interesting. Just to take on, well, bishop d7, well, this is a bit of a surprise. Well, perhaps black's gonna, white's gonna restore, pop up, well, a part of a material deficit, but, well, to give away such a strong bishop is, well, I'm not quite sure if it's a good idea. So, well, maybe black doesn't have a proper piece to take on d7, so that might be the case. So in case of rook takes d7, what's gonna happen? Perhaps still knight e5, or knight e5 is, well, knight e5 is not clear if it's available. Yeah, rook e7, take and bishop takes e5. Yeah, this one is just bad. So in case of rook takes d7, white will probably take on d5. Yeah, this one is possible, and queen takes. And in this case, but still, there might be something for black. I'm not quite sure. So this time, black cannot take on e7. It's gonna be an exchange up for black, but a threat of knight e5 is invaluable, but still this bishop is rather passive. Queen e4 is another opportunity. So maybe bishop d7 is not that bad after all. So if queen takes, then it's absolutely clear it's going to be knight e5, followed by knight c6 and queen d5. So in this case, white is practically winning, I believe. Just a second. So queen e8, take, and maybe not even queen d5, but rook d5 seems to be even stronger, because in this endgame, I mean, maybe black could have, well, still looks rather depressing, but maybe black could have fought for a little bit. But after rook d5 looks, well, the game looks practically decided, because e4 is hanging off, the rook f5 is a threat. So no wonder it was rook d7 was played. So just the question how white's going to continue. So once again, checking this line, rook takes d5. Yes, rook d5 was just played. Well, it's important note that b5 now is answered with queen c5, so no problem for white after this b5. That probably black just has to take on d5 at least to get an exchange up, but still looks rather depressive for black, this one. So king, well, I'm actually not sure. King h7 and knight e5 cannot be played. Is it right? Yeah, because rook e7 is gonna be the move, but of course white's gonna take on e4, threatening knight f8. So then king g8 is the only move available for black, and then it's actually, it looks depressive for black, of course. So it's already pawn for an exchange, but is there a move for white here? I'm just wondering. So I mean, on knight e5, which normally should have been the move here, I'm not sure what to do after rook takes, pawn takes, and then in case of rook e7, rook check on d5. But how about queen e7? So the knight is hanging. It's a pin, so f4 seems to be only move, and maybe this one is not that bad for black. Maybe in this case, black can still fight. Still better for white after fe5, but well, maybe not that easy. Well, rook d5 was played, and Kostyuk is thinking. Now she's got enough time, so maybe we'll have a chance to look at the other game. Well, Kosintseva with Stefanova, the game which had been pretty much simplified. So let me find out what's going on here. Yeah, Kosintseva is on well, no, not really. As such, she's really short on time. Not really. Well, white has lost a pawn here, but how that one could have happened? Rook e8, we saw, then take on g6 and f4. This f4 looks, I'd say, looks a bit optimistic. So first off, knight d5 was a possibility, the one I've mentioned. Oh, sorry, we jumped. So, pot queen e6 from Stefanova was seemingly even stronger. e5 followed, and e5 looks like... well, I'm not quite sure, but it looks like a blunder, because after knight d5, doesn't matter how white plays, she seems to lose the pawn. So knight d5 would have been answered with queen d5, with double attack on a8 and on h1 and a2. So knight d5, queen f3, knight takes c3, queen c3, queen a2, b3, b5, rook e1. Ah, well, the queen is off the ply. So, well, maybe that was Kosintseva's point. Yeah, actually, not quite sure anymore. Maybe that was just a brilliant idea. So what I mean, queen is set out of play, and meanwhile white wants to, well, rush with h pawn to open black's king. So that's not clear if it was such a bad idea here. So b5, rook e1, a5 was played, and well, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen. I mean, in case of b4, so let me just try to understand what goes on. In case of b4, it seems acceptable for white to play queen b2. So maybe white just can play h4 here. Then a4 is gonna be the case. And how about queen b2 at once, by the way? No, f5. Yeah, of course white is trying to play for win this one. So b4, for instance. How about b4? Yeah, that's right. b4, queen d4. Yes, this is, as far as I understand, this is what Kosintseva is hoping for. But then c5, and it seems like white will have to leave this diagonal. But maybe that's okay. So let's say queen c5. Now queen c5 is not acceptable. Yes, rook d8, and no, nothing can save white from queen a1 then. So f5, I expect black to play b4 then. b4 and what white's going to do. So, I mean, here, then it looks like, just a second. I think if rook e5 is available, well, but rather suspicious, and well, I don't believe this. Yeah, rook e5 cannot be the move. But okay, this has to be enough to make a draw. So check on c3, exchanging everything and taking on f5. The moment black has an extra pawn, so has to be enough compensation at least to make a draw. But at the same time, white's king look rather active, so maybe even this one is not clear. Total mess, I have to say. Total mess on the board, and that's f5 gives even more tension to this position. Yeah, a apart from b4, I'm not sure if black can do anything. That might be too late to return the queen. I mean, you have to return with the queen. So check and queen b4 is the possibility, but then white has queen g3, and still black's king is under strong attack. So b4 is perhaps the way to play here. b4, so the notable moment is that white cannot really leave the d5. So, I mean, in case of something like queen g3, well, it's more or less the same. Queen g3. Queen g3 is just bad because of rook d8, but in case of queen d3, as we just spoke about it, it's queen a1 and queen c3 available. So maybe queen d4 is a little bit more precise to lure this pawn on c5 first. Just a second. So queen d4 to lure this pawn on c5 and then to play queen d3. So at least in this line, white's king is going to be closer to black's pawns. This, and after f takes e5, so king c4 already winning the pawn back. But still, I believe black will have enough resources at least for a draw. It tends to be rather tense. So which other games are in progress? Oh, of course, Hou and with a Shanina. Yeah, Hou and with a Shanina, and not quite sure what's going on here. Well, also quite a complicated position that is. Well, so far, once again, I'm not sure what's going on. Is there anything to be worried about for black? And after some maneuvering, what has happened? Yeah. So I'd say somewhere here we saw, yeah, that when they changed the bishops, white preferred to keep queen h3, queen h6, queen e5. So Hou understands she will not be able to make a progress on the king side. Queen h4, f4, queen g3. So eventually promoting e5. So that's very important. Well, pardon, once again we jumped a bit. Queen e7. This e5 would have been very important to keep this knight on e8 passive. So after queen e3, b6, a4, queen c7, eventually white decided herself on e5. So pawn takes, rook d7, queen c5. Well, but this way white is unable to take on e5 with or maybe she can. No, maybe she can. I just thought white cannot take on e5 with queen. Okay, white can of course take on e5 with queen, but then I thought knight f6, but maybe. Oh no, rook f8 doesn't work. No, come on. I thought rook f7 and rook d7, but the knight is not pinned anymore, so this rook is just taken. Well, but perhaps rook a7 promises some chances. Rook a7 and okay, it's an extra pawn for white. There is a threat of rook d7 here. Well, quite dangerous, I have to say. Or other option might be just no. Queen e5 seems to be seems to be logical. Maybe black has to take, just not to give this a7 pawn, which is crucial, to take and to play rook c7. But well, once again, it's rather unpleasant. It looks. So white's going to take this one. Rook c7, otherwise the rook is coming to 7th rank, and then rook d8. So after king f8, well, rook a8, let's say, it's going to be, black's gonna find it hard to improve your piece's position. And I'm not even speaking about knight e4, which might be the case as well. Knight e4, threatening knight d6, so king e7 is the only move, and then rook a8. So this rook is not moving, and well, yeah, this is, if it's dangerous for any side, it's definitely for black. So white played it the other way around, so white took on c5 first. Rook 8 takes c5. And, well, I believe it means white will try to... Well, I'm not sure if she played the best move. Rook 8 takes c5. Now if white takes a7, black is taking f4, defending f5, and it's gonna be actually extra pawn for black, so I'm not sure if she played the best move by taking c5. I don't understand what was wrong with queen takes e5. So queen c5, rook 8 c5. If there isn't anything else, well, rook a7 she played. Rook f4 I expect. Well, it's indeed dangerous, those path pawns of white, but somehow black also becomes active, and not to forget at the moment black has an extra pawn, so let us say rook b7 intending rook b6. But still, it's a long way to go, and well, it might be black who's better here. I'm still not sure, because black is also, well, surprising. Instead of taking on f7, well, to be honest, I don't understand much what they're doing. So knight f6 this time. Maybe not a bad move itself. Maybe not a bad move, but I'm still not sure why not to capture the pawn. So this time white's gonna take on e5, rook e5. Well, as I said, it's hard to say. It's hard to say if white has enough or who has an advantage. Well, in clear terms, it's not actually. I'm not actually sure who has the advantage here. So this way, it's going to be at least going to be even material, but still rather unclear position. So once again, I'm gonna keep rotating from one game to the other, and this time well, going to look on Muzichuk, what's happening there. So once again switched to Muzichuk with Xiaoxi. They are playing quite quickly. Well, it seems to me Muzichuk succeeded to increase her advantage, and so, well, just a couple of moves being made. After queen h4, rook f8 has been played, and I'm afraid it's not the best move, because now black is not in time to meet rook e1 with rook e8. So rook e1, rook knight d8 had been played, queen f2 attacking the rook, and knight is jumping to c5. So queen d6, black played queen d6. Black had to, otherwise queen d4 would follow. So queen d6, but still it looks, well, g3. White slows down her attack a bit, but at the same time, it's not easy for black anymore. I mean, this knight cannot really move, because it's gonna give e6 square available for white. So still, I would prefer white in this situation, and of course, Chinese players, and especially Xiaoxi, is known for her tough defense, but I'm not quite sure if she's going to be able to defend here. Well, can't see a move for black, to be honest. Well, rook e8, trying to, well, exchange pair of rooks, might be met with rook d1 as well. If I'm not missing anything, I guess, well, an exchange as well looks like doing a job normally, but maybe rook d1 is even more precise. Rook d1, queen f6, still guarding d4, and, well, rook d7 is going to increase white's pressure even more. Yeah, white's king is still safe, and in the meantime, g4, f5 might be a threat one day. Yeah, looks rather bad for black, this one. So, well, waiting for a move from Xiaoxi after g3, and sometimes it's actually, I have to note this, that sometimes it's just exactly the way to play, that your opponent in particular is in a time trouble. Well, it's to force the things positional way and wait for your opponent to make a move. What's gonna be Black's reaction on knight e6, played h6? So knight e6. Can anyone see what Black is planning to do? Because I don't. Rook e8. Perhaps. Okay, Rook has to retreat. I mean, otherwise it's going to be decisive material advantage as well. The Rook e8, or one case of Rook e8, Rook d1. Still not sure what to do for Black. Queen e7 seems to be the only move, but then Rook d7, or well, I don't know, f5. It seems, well, the game's gonna be finished rather quickly. Rook d7. To put it simply, I mean, not to look for a mating threats, which might be actually available after Queen d4 and something. But well, just to play it simpler, Rook d7 seem to do all the job. Queen f6, and then, well, if there is nothing better, then well, knight ge6 was just played. If there is nothing better in this position, then knight c7 seems to be winning. Still, not single threat to white's king, and white simply wins an exchange back. We'll have a 3 extra pawn and the attack, and absolutely winning position. So this one seems to be decided. And if Hou fails to win, then Musiciuk is gonna come closer to be trailing only by half a point. So, well, quite time trouble here, but we have to switch between the games, because we have 4 games still in progress, and every single one it's quite exciting. So, well, I'd offer to move to Gira with Kostyniuk, well, where things pretty much got simplified, and well, just a second, I'm trying to understand what happened there. First of all, while not seeing the top board, I mean the board of the top of the screen, I don't see what is on the clock of the ladies. So 5 minutes for Kyrgios, and not really time trouble. 34 moves being made. Rook d5 there, so this is what happening there. Bishop d5, queen d5 we saw, and then bishop c7 had been played, which was answered by knight e5. So bishop c7 at least bring the bishop back into the game. Yes, knight e5, rook d takes e7, white took on f7. So if queen takes, then white would have taken on e7. By the way, yeah, knight f7, rook f7, d takes c7, queen c8. Well, white gave a check, rook f8, and rook d1. So king h7 had been played. Well, I'd say not particularly sure, but it seems queen f8 wins on a spot. So queen f8, rook d8. Don't see other move part, but queen f6, and then white just has to, well, has to play g3, I guess, and I don't see how black is going to find a perpetual. So the move with h pawn will be unlucky, because after this check and queen e5, c7 pawn is lost. But well, h3 Olga Gira played. Not quite sure about this one, but maybe it just doesn't make any difference, because black can't really, yeah, that's right, h3 is much better. Black can't really do anything. So next move white it is going to capture the rook and to follow with rook d8. So it's absolutely hopeless for Alexandra Kostyniuk, and Olga Gira is going to maintain her third position, also stepping a little bit closer to Hou. Well, it's well, I'm speaking about the eventual case that Hou doesn't win today. So anyway, that was a principal battle between those two, well, sharing the third place, and so far it looks Olga Gira is going to win this. So h3, and really I just don't see the move for black. Yeah, if rook moves, well, no, not really a single chance. So nothing can be done here. So white simply is winning in this game. So I'm afraid after a time trouble we won't have a single game remaining, but instead going to have 4 consequent press conferences. So, well, switching to Kosintsevas with Stefanova, which also had been quite interesting here. So, well, I've actually predicted the development of this game in a correct way. Well, after b4 we saw this. After b4. Now, well, as I said, perhaps queen d4 was a little bit more precise. So what happened? White played queen d3. So check followed. Queen c3, at least changing queens. Gf5, king d4, and king g7. So since it's a rook endgame, and those drawish tendencies of rook endgames are very well known, I do believe at the present moment both players have enough resources. So I don't think any of them having any troubles here. 43 seconds left for Kosintseva, so that might be a bit of a trouble for her. So rook f8. Just trying to understand who might hope actually to play for a win in this position. Perhaps it's just, well, just balance. Okay, let's say black's gonna play king g6, which seems to be logical. This one. Yeah, white might just want to play check and come back. Yeah, maybe maybe it's going to be just a repetition. Not sure if black can try something. I'd say rook h8, which might be a possible move. And maybe a check here would be interesting as well. Well, okay, nevertheless, king g6 played, so they are too short on time, so I cannot really afford to distract on some sidelines. Rook g1 check, though I guessed it correct, though that was Kosintseva's point. Try to play like this. Well, the king's gonna be cut, and I'm afraid, well, king h5, well, still looks possible, eh? King h5. What could be Kosintseva's idea to play for a win? Don't believe, really. Perhaps the safest for black is just to play king h6, not to allow rook g7. But king h5 also is fine, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, rook f1, maybe. Okay, I'm not sure. Rook f1, and still doesn't seem that black has chances to make progress with such a bad king. And after king g4, this check. Once again, black can't do anything. If black goes king h3, it's only risky for black. Rook f1 takes. It's certainly white is not worth it here anyway. Well, it's not recommended at all to do something like that. So this one looks more or less drawish. King h6, and don't know if white's gonna try something, but so far it seems logical outcome would be to play rook f1 and eventually to make a draw. Well, white may... actually, I'm just thinking if white may try something, so how to do this? Rook a1 is a possibility indeed, but somehow... No, rook f1, yes. So, I mean, rook a1 is a possibility indeed, so maybe even winning this pawn, but somehow it seems to be of no importance. What black can do as an answer on rook a1 is just to play f6. seems possible, right? Just to play f6 and well, maybe in this case it's still not clear. Well, still, so king h6, rook f1. Stefanova is trying for a little bit, playing king to g5, but I don't see much of a difference if the check's gonna be given and rook is coming back. Well, they have a time trouble, but the position is so simplified that I don't really believe it's going to be a real danger for one of the players to lose on time. Yeah, rook g1. I won't be surprised if it's going to be a draw right now. Well, I'd like to switch to some other game, and Hou e1 with the Shanina. I wonder if something is clarified here, because this endgame we saw, I mean, it was rather unclear, and also the moves they were playing, it was a little bit strange. So rook a7, knight f6, and as I said, perhaps black just had to take on f4, because after knight f6, white proceed to play rook d6. Then maybe that was Shanina's point, so she wanted to exchange those knights to have enough counterplay. So knight e4, rook takes b6, knight c3, bc3, rook takes f4, rook e6, a total annihilation of all the pieces. So rook e5. I believe, well, if pair of rooks would have been changed, it would have been absolutely winning for white, of course. But in this position, it seems to me white will have just enough black will have just enough counterplay, so it's not easy really for white to. So I mean, the king is not very much safe. So well, maybe not easy for black either. I just thought, okay, if white's gonna manage to play a5 and b6, it's gonna be really dangerous. So Gira with Kostyuk is finished, which was already, we made this conclusion, Kostyuk is lost, so I'm not even switching to the board of that. Okay, so we switched, so I'm gonna show what happened. And well, I believe we have to see a press conference of this game, because this has been so far, I believe, the game of the tournament. Well, such a spirited play by Olga Gira. So h3 c4 was a psychological pressure, I'd say, from Alexandra Kostyuk. There wasn't really a chance, but white just captured safely queen f5 and still proceeded to this one. Meanwhile, the other game is finished. Anna Muzychuk has won her game against Xiaoxi. So they are finishing one after the other. We're gonna have a couple of press conferences quite soon. Switching to Muzychuk's game just to show how it finished. Yes, h6 perhaps was the last mistake here. So after knight e6, rook f6, rook d1, black decided she has to give a queen away. But yeah, and the problem being this knight cannot be taken, so maybe that is what black actually missed. After queen d4, king h7 loses the rook, and as well king g8 loses the rook to bishop b3. So welcome to press conferences then, and this one is as well finished. It's a draw between Tatiana Kosintseva and Aneta Stefanova. So I guess we're gonna have 3 consequent press conferences. And then we are possibly coming back if a game of Hou e1 and Shanina is still in progress. So, well, we still gonna stay in a playing hall waiting for the players to come. And as I can see, Shanina left the board, so possibly they also accomplished the time control, so I'm just gonna check it quickly. Yes, the game, the move 40 been made, so Shanina left the board. That means the time control requirements are made, and well, we shall see if white, if Hou e1 is going to win. So her pursuers made well a step in the right direction. Both While Muzichuk won against Xiaoxi and Olga Gira overtook Alexandra Kostyniuk, as I said, in a very spectacular fashion, and possibly I'd say it's gonna be a game of the tournament. At least so far it looks like clearly the most interesting game played. Well, Gira is coming back to the playing hall, so nobody seems ready for a press conference. So we are staying here. Well, from what I can see, yes, I'm not sure what's going on, and Black will have difficulties actually stopping those connected passed pawns. So no counterplay for, well, no, not enough. Might be not enough counterplay for a moment. So and you see right when we got to the time control, so players got an additional half an hour. Instead of the tension which had been present in the playing hall, everyone totally disappeared. So 3 games were finished practically in no time, and only those 2 ladies are still playing. So it's really important now for Hou Yifan to win this one, just to keep this clear 1 point lead. So, well, once again we are showing the position here. Well, I'm not bringing the board over there because the press conference may start in no time. So, but for those of you who can see from a camera view, it's going to, well, it's really clear White has a huge advantage. So coming for a press conference, and well, we'll be back.
We have a few games finished in one moment, but first we are glad to welcome here Alexandra Kostyniuk and Olga Gira. Very interesting game, sharp position. Can you tell us what happened? It was really difficult to understand here in the press center. Начинаем пресс-конференцию. Партия между Александрой Коstyniuk и Ольгой Гирей.
На самом деле за доской не менее сложно понять, что происходит.
It was also difficult to understand what's going on over the board.
Я не знаю, я, видимо, удивила Сашу ходом А4.
I think I surprised Alexandra with A4 move.
Мне показалось логично, что черные хотят B5 пойти, а так у них слабость на А6 останется.
I think it's logical for black to play B5, and otherwise they will have this weakness on A6.
Где-то, если мне память не ошибаюсь, что C6 где-то советовал Крамник в каких-то комментариях его партии с Андрейкиным. Ну, не знаю, C5 — это нормальный ход.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Kramnik was suggesting to play C6 in some comments in his game against Andreikin.
Ну, D1, ну, мне казалось, что CD логично съесть, и там как бы белые уже решают брать конем или пешкой.
I think it was logical to take C takes D4.
Ну и потом ферзь
White
E8.
should make decision to take with a pawn or with knight.
То есть если я съем конем, то уже там ферзь Е8, а если пешкой, то ферзь Е8 уже и не нужно, можно ладья Е8 пойти, не знаю.
If I take with a pawn, then rook E8.
Не знаю, я решила, что я тогда подожду, если уже Саша съест на D4, съем, наверное, пешкой, что ферзь на Е8 стоит несколько странно.
And I decided to wait and use this not really good location of queen on E8.
Слон D6 интересный ход.
Bishop D6 interesting move.
То есть сохраняя напряжение, ну не знаю, насколько вот D5 это все хорошо было. Но ЕД вроде бы перевес, я не знаю, брать, съесть сначала на F6 или сразу на D5. Потом на D5 все-таки пешка на A6 слабая остается.
To take first on this F6 or to take on D5 if black would play E takes D5.
Ну и на E5 это была моя идея, слон G3, конь E4.
And it was my idea to play like this after E5.
Правда, в какой-то момент я испугалась, я на самом деле планировала сначала слон E7 пойти, и на F уже D6.
I thought to play bishop E7 first, and then if F takes E4, then bishop D6.
Но мне показалось в какой-то момент, может, где-то B5 какие-то есть ходы.
But I was calculating some B5 moves.
Ну, в итоге я посчитала, что вроде бы даже если слон съест. Ну, мне казалось сначала, что страшно, если слон съест на Е4, что пешки не портятся. Ну, вроде бы там у белых отличная позиция.
But I think white has really good position. Александра, ты смотрела побить на Е4 слоном?
Ну, да, смотрела, мне казалось, что это хуже, чем хуже, да?
Ну да, хуже.
Ну, то есть я не знаю, может быть, это и не хуже, но мне казалось, что я досчитала до той позиции, которая в партии в итоге получилась, и мне казалось, что белые не могут усилиться, то есть, в принципе.
I calculated till the end the position which happened in the game, and I thought white cannot really improve this position.
Да,
before
забирать эту ладью обидно, потому что как-то тогда начинают придираться к пешке d6, не знаю, может быть.
I didn't want to take this rook because then black tried to get this d6 pawn.
Может быть, надо было это считать, а здесь вроде бы все так завязано у черных. Я думала, может быть, b5 и c4 попробовать, и коня на c5.
Может быть, да, я не знаю.
Here black has
мне казалось, что ладья 7 как бы такой.
Я подумала, что
да,
возможность, не знаю, b4.
With idea to play knight c5 here after c4.
Сложно, на самом деле очень сложно черным играть, потому что
все нужно следить. All the time you have to take care of many threats.
Фигура не так чувствуется из-за слона на b8. 7 b3. Да, я решила.
Потому что здесь я просчиталась, я думала, что, ну, конь d5, когда ходила.
d5 сразу, да,
Не-не-не, я в та позиция, которая вот у нас сейчас, чтобы точно вспомнить, возникла, я думала, что я здесь могу слон d6 пойти, я на это на самом деле шла. И, ну, тут, к сожалению, так. Ферзь b6 я не видела, что-то, но в итоге я думала, ну, тут и так выигрывается.
Это я не видела,
ну, ферзь b6 тоже достаточно.
Queen b6 is also enough.
Конь d5. Не знаю.
Ну да, я тоже сначала думала, что конь d5, что идея, да, что если ладья d5 сразу, то b5.
Да, в этом идея есть.
If rook d5 immediately, then b5.
Но я не знаю,
так
здесь если
даже
нет.
Сложно ход предположить.
Да, потому что, в принципе, у меня такая позиция цванга. Ну, может быть, я могу. Я думала, может, просто могу стоять, ладья b7, не знаю. Вряд ли на a6 белые хотят съесть.
I don't think you're going to take on
Я думала, ферзя на e6 может это поставить.
Ну да, на e6. И тут еще надо всегда слон f6 считать и конь e7. Слон
take care of knight bishop f6.
Похоже немножко не на шахматы, а на уголки.
Ну да, да.
Когда много фигур в одном месте.
It doesn't look like chess, but like this game corners.
Здесь я думала, что я могу в промежутке так пойти.
I thought I can play intermediate move.
Ну или b5. Не знаю, как лучше.
Здесь там где-то... нет, извиняюсь, не b5, король h7. Король h7, я думала, промежуток есть у меня.
Я, кстати, мат тоже посмотрела.
Но тут просто мат.
Да, да, ферзь e4, да, точно. И конь
мат, да, двойной. Шах и мат потом. Так что не получилось, да, здесь. Поэтому, не знаю, то есть надо смотреть. Не знаю, мне не казалось, что... Ну, то есть понятно, что компенсация есть за фигуру, но мне не казалось, что у меня настолько плохо, что я не смогу отбиться.
Of course, I understood there is compensation for the piece, but
да, ладья f6, ладья f4, ладья f3, конь f4. Я что-то только не смотрела, но мне почему-то показалось, что вот эта позиция, которая в партии, тут тоже очень много интересного на самом деле.
Я думала...
Сейчас вспомню, какие-то варианты считала.
Ну, здесь угроза явная такая.
Нет, ну g5 есть еще ход. g5 вот считала. Там на конь g6.
Слон f8.
Да, слон f8 есть.
Слон f8,
наверное, так легче.
Ну, даже опять интересно. Ну, в крайнем случае, я могу и слон g6, конь f5 пойти.
In the worst case, I can play
или не могу.
G6,
не могу, слона потеряю.
But I will lose knight, bishop.
А может, могу. Там ой, ну, в общем, позиция сложная. Может, еще так.
Maybe bishop g6.
Не знаю, ладья f7 или ферзь c8.
Position is very complicated.
Потому что ферзь c8 здесь так, и даже на ладья g8 слон f6, конь e7.
Может, не буду уходить. Может, если я... Ты что хочешь потом, конь h6?
Пока, да.
Король g7, там на конь h6. Может, ладья a7, но я имею в виду, что если я делаю полезный ход ладья a7,
Maybe I can make use for
Может, H4,
rook A7.
Может быть, не
Maybe
знаю,
even
опять же,
H4.
могу ли я как-то усилиться после этого.
Очень
Ну, да,
сложно
надо
говорить
смотреть,
в
там
position.
слон d5.
То есть, да, я здесь думала где-то про план с G4, но мне показалось, что слишком
thinking
медленно.
about
Там
G4,
ход.
Я вместо
slowly.
хода b3, да, думала, что может быть что-то. Я испугалась здесь, что сейчас, что слон f6 в какой-то момент, но вроде ничего не проходило.
I was afraid of bishop
Вот,
f6
слон
at some
f6.
point.
Ну, конь f6, конь e7.
Ладья есть.
Нет, сейчас где-то какой-то момент там почему-то у меня единственный ход находился,
Или-
ну, в моих расчетах король f8, который
может быть,
вроде,
здесь, да.
который вроде бы
конь
позволял
e7.
держаться, потому что если
Ладья
может быть ладья
e7,
e7,
да?
да?
И слон
И потом
e6.
слон e6, да, или там слон g6, не знаю, слон g6, наверное,
Maybe
b5.
bishop G6.
Вот, да. А, соответственно, я решила, что король f8 вроде бы я держусь.
King
Ну, то есть конь g8,
and
конь
since
g6,
I'm
король
holding-
g8.
Но выглядит тоже так.
Ну да, ну я
so
ладья
scary.
e7 хочу где-то, ну, то есть это уже...
Ну, слон G6 можно,
А,
да,
слон
пока
G6.
пойти. Пока висит на C6, надо его куда-то убирать.
Там на 4.
Съесть. Не можешь.
Now, on this,
Слон D7?
Может быть, да, просто
Да,
скромно
слон D7
уйти.
нормально.
То есть я как-то сначала испугалась, что у меня тут две ладьи потеряются.
А
Но
вот
Ну,
потом,
тоже
что
это
после
без
b3,
сложности.
опять же, я как-то...
Ну, я все думала, что
посчитала.
B5 какие-то надо тебя толкать. Но
Ну, проблема в том, что я могу развалиться, да. То
Да,
есть,
ты
может быть, и
уже можешь.
надо, но
Особенно
это может
B5
быть палка о
all the
двух концах, не знаю. То есть здесь я ничего особо не видела, а
I didn't
пешка...
see anything concrete here.
Может быть, но это сложно уже, да, это надо смотреть.
Интересно.
И где здесь какой-то вот момент критический, где... как бы,
Ну, сложно сказать,
да.
потому что вопрос, держится ли эта позиция вообще.
да.
Если она держится, то надо смотреть, где
Критический
это.
момент это, наверное, когда вот, ну, пошли в
Обсадили
эту
эту
позицию,
позицию.
да, то есть вот
то есть-
начиная с...
Потому что на самом деле я была довольна, что я
Ну, даже начиная с D5, потому что-
я считала, что отлично все у меня.
Да.
Потому что здесь, например, после конь Е4, конь G3 есть ход у меня, я не обязана туда идти. Ну, конь бьет G3, я просто могу
Ну тогда
пойти.
я думала G и G4 поставить.
Ну, да,
moment
не-не-не,
maybe
не
even
слон,
here,
ферзь
because
E7.
Black went for this position thinking that their position
Конь
is
H4,
fine, but
H6,
if
не
it's
знаю.
not working, if they cannot hold, maybe all this
Нет,
concept
не-не,
is
ну,
wrong.
может быть, конь H6. Ну, не
It's
знаю,
hard
то
to
есть я не
say where
думала,
the
что у меня вообще
critical
здесь
moment
какие-то
was.
проблемы. А что белые хотят?
What white wants here?
Ну, даже если я ничего не делаю.
Мне казалось, что если я заткну Е4, то у тебя проблем нет. А если у меня еще остается конь,
Ну,
может,
да,
коня
ну,
на
то есть
C4
конь
повесить,
F6 я
может,
пойду, да,
Because
разменяю
if she
на пару
plays
коней.
E4, then black doesn't have problems.
Я просто
but
решила,
if
что я
knight-
уже могу на перехват сыграть во
Is
время
only
партии. Ну,
four.
не знаю, ну стою я здесь. Ну, стою как-нибудь.
I don't know, I just stay here.
Я не думала, что у меня хуже. Ну, может
I
быть,
didn't
опять
think
же.
I have worse position.
Я просто здесь решила, да, я почему-то решила, что вот это, ну, то, что возникло в партии обоюдоостро, а если ходить
Ну, если
конь
ходить
G3?
по-другому, Е4 уже хочешь
конь
пойти.
In the game, I
G3,
thought this
Нет, как?
position is
Конь G3, да?
playable
Да.
for both sides.
конь G3,
Sharp
тогда
position.
G5, да,
G5,
здесь
да.
G5 можно.
И что-то снова начинается очень интересно, но вроде бы у меня все хорошо.
And again, something interesting
Так
starts.
что, опять же, здесь надо просто смотреть, ну, у кого здесь лучше в этой позиции, как играть.
We should check who is better in this position and how it was possible to play.
One question for you, Olga. You're on track to get a GM norm in this event. Do you have any GM norms in previous tournaments you played in?
Ты собираешься, вопрос к Ольге, собираешься ли ты здесь побороться за норму гроссмейстера в этом турнире, есть ли у тебя уже нормы из каких-то других турниров?
I never think about that, but no, I don't have any norms. I even don't have мастерская
International Master?
international master norms. No, not norm, just title, yes.
Я никогда об этом даже не думала, и как-то не борюсь, можно сказать, за это, не думала об этом. И даже нет у меня норм мастера, на самом деле. Нет титула мастера, нормы есть.
Ну, на самом деле, мы, Оль, очень рады за тебя, потому что все-таки ты наша, югорчанка, и победа над, пусть даже бывшей чемпионкой мира, это вообще это просто супер достижение, которое завтра станет известным всему округу, естественно. Поэтому мы еще раз поздравляем тебя и хотим, чтобы ты к этим 3 победам добавила еще. Спасибо тебе.
Это был не вопрос, пожелание. Спасибо. Спасибо за ваши комментарии. We start another press conference, and we have here with us Anna Muzachuk and Xiaoxi. Anna Muzachuk managed to win this game, so Anna, can you start and explain what happened from the opening? Did you get position you really wanted?
Well, I played this line, I don't know, because there are different move orders and difficult. Okay, this plan with d5, but I think it's more usual to play with d6 here. I don't know, but probably d5 is also okay. Take. Okay, in the beginning I wanted to play rook e1, but then I saw that then b5 and knight f4 and somehow
Здесь
it's
я
not good.
получила обычную, как говорится, позицию. Здесь куча разных вариантов. То есть получился вот такой вариант.
So, bishop f5. Okay, I think king h8 is also possible.
Также возможно король h8.
And I think b5 is too early. Maybe bishop g6 immediately was better.
Может быть, b5 это немножко рано, и слон g6 возможно было бы
During the game,
лучше.
I'm a little afraid about a4, a5, and then queen b3, something like this.
В партии я как-то мне не нравился
But
план
maybe
забила
b5
h4
is
и
some
ферзь b3.
weakness for black.
Yeah,
h4,
because
опять ферзь b3.
it's a lot of time, like a4, and then. Okay, maybe like this.
Может быть, король h8 здесь.
Yes,
Or queen d7, I don't know. Because b5 is this, bishop g6. Okay, here it was also possible to play queen d7.
Здесь можно было сыграть еще ферзь d7.
Knight 4, rook d1.
And knight h4?
Uh-huh.
Knight h4, and I thought something like, I don't remember. Maybe f6, maybe not.
Может быть, f6.
You like? I don't like.
With white, maybe. Тебе нравится эта позиция? Нет?
No, because here for a
Мне не
long
нравится.
time I was calculating some c4, but
I think you play good. Bishop e3, change the bishop is
Во время
good
партии я
idea.
еще смотрела c4.
okay,
Yeah, I
because
don't know, maybe
after
bishop f5 line maybe not very good. If I want to b5, maybe bishop b7 is more possible.
yeah,
Yeah,
because here I thought you would take. for
Здесь
sure.
я думала, ты заберешь
Take.
на e3.
Now like this, knight c5, yes.
Yes.
Bishop f7, d4, and okay, if you play knight a5, then I take on e5, but
Если
something I don't like on e7.
нужно как-то сыграть ферзь e7 здесь.
And then you want knight a5, knight c4.
Yeah, it's
И
possible.
после этого как бы черные хотят пойти конь a5, конь c4.
Because like you played, and now I think I am fine.
После того, как ты сыграла
Yes,
вот в этой
before I
позиции,
saw
здесь я лучше.
knight
У меня
4 is
лучше.
the equal place. I didn't realize the sacrifice is very
But I think in rook e3 I am,
still better. Yeah.
yeah.
Даже после ладья e3 у меня все равно
Because it's
лучше.
like, okay, you take with this and this, knight c5, and okay, maybe it's also already a big advantage, but I thought during the game that e takes f6 is better, but now I'm not sure.
Во время партии я думала, что ЕФ лучше, но здесь сейчас я не уверена в этом. Может быть, ладья e3 тоже было возможно.
Yeah.
Okay.
Почему ты не уверена? Why are you not sure now after the game that this was better
Because
option?
it's much more complicated, and I didn't have so much time, and every result can happen. That's why. And in that position, I just play for 2 results.
В той позиции я как бы играю на 2 результата после ладья e3, а здесь все-таки позиция сложная остается, и все возможно, мало времени.
F4, I don't know, I calculated also rook f4. And now I have like, okay, I have bishop d5, maybe it's okay.
Well, why not take my rook?
Because like this, take. This, take. This is also possible, but it's quite unclear. I think like this.
Это тоже все возможно, но непонятно, чем
And
заканчивается.
I don't.
Я не знаю, что здесь.
Actually, I didn't saw queen take e4, e6.
But maybe bishop d5 is okay, because if you move the knight...
Just same queen e8.
Sorry?
I can play queen e8.
Queen e8, maybe queen e3.
If bishop e4, what happened?
I have no idea.
Если слон e4.
Maybe this.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. But this is also quite interesting.
Ну, это тоже интересно.
Yeah.
And here, maybe this move is better. I don't know.
This move.
Может быть, этот ход был лучше.
I saw bishop e6.
Bishop e6, now here.
Bishop d5.
And this here.
So it's okay for...
I don't know. I thought to play like... No, this I must play. No,
Shao, how did you estimate this position in general after the opening and let's say somewhere about here? After this imbalanced position
It's Anna's choice. For this position, she trusts some plan for sacrifice. For my opening, I just want to be a little complicated, but that's why I play d5, not d6. But after this, I play maybe a little confused. I didn't find the right way, I think. So for this position is not comfortable for black. It's complete, but it's very the a7 pawn rook and the king is some problem. So actually, I didn't very like this line, but.
На самом деле я хотела получить сложную борьбу сегодня, где-то, может быть, я там сыграла не так, как обычно из-за этого. Вот эта позиция уже мне не нравится за черных, потому что ладья на А7 стоит не очень удачно, и король как бы слабый. То есть в этот момент, мне кажется, уже белые здесь как-то играют, пытаются играть на победу. То есть мне кажется, в какой-то момент была потеряна линия игры. Maybe you would like to show something else in the end, or it was...
Okay, this rook a8 is possible, and I think here also rook a8. Because
yes.
after knight d8,
it's very worse for me.
То есть вот конь d8 это уже плохой ход, то есть ладья 8 опять же нужно было вернуться.
Yes, why not don't play this one? I can easily play like queen d7 for the bishop d5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, because I was calculating something like this. This, I think. Okay, there are two possibilities, like that one, or immediately knight h7. I don't know. Okay, it should be fine for white, and but when you have like 2 minutes for a lot of moves, then it just becomes unclear.
16 moves.
What do you want? This if take?
If Take knight f6.
Queen d7.
I want to take, but maybe.
Then rook d8.
Okay, now I have 3 pawns.
3 pawns, yes. And maybe you have 4.
Okay, maybe I have 4. No, okay, you take on f4, so maybe I should. Okay, maybe I just go back somewhere. So I don't know. Maybe it's better to play knight f6, but okay. Now you have a lot of moves. So
Black.
I don't know. Maybe this is better to start with knight f6.
Mm-hmm. Yes, looks good.
Okay, so
You have 4 like this.
Take.
Then queen d5.
No, I have this. But it's not clear if I am winning.
Well, queen g6. I can stop queen g6.
Where?
Oh, I have check. Check and then queen g7. Yes. But I have a lot of.
Yeah, but then I take on h7 and I take on c6.
Very dangerous for black.
Очень страшная позиция для черных. Опасная.
Just one quick question for Zhao. You obviously you prepared for the wrong opponent yesterday. How did this play any effect on you at all in today's game?
That question about yesterday?
Yes, did it affect you, this yesterday game?
Yes. Actually, I prepared this game in yesterday.
So you didn't need to prepare for.
But
today.
I didn't know Anna played Italian opening. She played a lot of another opening, and like something else, like Suklan, C45, how to say it opening.
Sorry?
Scotland.
Scotland?
Yes,
yeah,
Scotland. Yes, that's a man opening. So
I think you played in this tournament Bishop C4, no?
I played with
Italian. I think I have more experience than her, so I just try some how to say sharp plan like d5. If I play someone always play Italian, maybe I play d6. Okay, maybe that's not very good choice, but I just want to try to find some play like Anna do it. So it's okay. She's better than me today, so it's okay.
Zhao, but you know, Anna said that she played already this Italian Bishop C4 with Batchimek few rounds before.
Which opening?
She played Bishop C4 already in this tournament.
Really?
Yes, few games before. So I just wonder if you check games of players during this tournament.
I just only check this tournament. I mean, before, because we not first met, we will have a lot of play.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and I think maybe I know a little about Anna, so I prepare something, but I really forgot she play Italian in the tournament with who?
Okay, but it was another with Batchimek. She played with Bishop E7 system in the first.
Yeah, she didn't play with Italian.
Very different.
Yes, it's different. Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for your comments.
In the long string of great chess players produced by the Georgian chess school, Nana Zagnidze certainly occupies a venerable place. As a junior player, she showed early promise by winning in 1992 the World Championship Under 12. But she steadily established her name on the chess billboards in 2003, when, aged 16, she won both Women World Championships Under 18 and Under 20. She continued to upsurge as a regular presence in the Georgian national team, which she pushed to gold in 2008 and bronze in 2010 in the Chess Olympiads in Dresden and Khanty-Mansiysk respectively. In 2012, Nana won the silver medal for her score on the top board at the Istanbul Olympiad too, although this was not sufficient for her team to claim a place on the podium. The Georgian star became a habitué in the women top 10 rating list. Her combative style makes her an excellent and typical exponent of the Georgian chess school. Nana's risky, aggressive, and powerful way to execute her rivals failed to fade away even after becoming a happy mother. In 2010, the Georgian Grandmaster won convincingly the Jermuk Women FIDE Grand Prix with a stunning 9 out of 11 performance and 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rival, a result which entitles her to hope for nothing less in the new Grand Prix.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our press center. We don't give a chance for commentators to comment on the games because we have 3 press conferences in a row. And another game between Antonetta Stefanova and Tatiana Kosintseva was finished just 20 minutes ago. The game finished in a draw. So please, can you tell us what happened today?
Well, we were playing, I played G6 for the first time. And
Я впервые сыграла G6 ход.
And okay, I have seen some games in this line.
Я видела несколько партий в этом варианте.
It looks like a normal theory of this.
Все это выглядит как обычная теория.
But okay, here I could not remember exactly what I was looking. So,
Здесь я не могла вспомнить, что я смотрела.
I think this is normal. Okay, here was possibility for Tatiana to take on a7, but we both thought that it's not such a good idea because
здесь была возможность победить на a7, но это не очень хорошая идея. Мы решили после b6.
b6 and black has a lot of counterplay because okay, queen is out of the game and black has many ideas with queen c5 or queen e5 attacking f2 and h2 pawns.
Но в данном случае у черных много контр-игры. Черные могут играть и ферзь c5, и ферзь e5, атакуя пешки королевского фланга.
Yes, because also there are motives with queen g5 check, queen g2 and so on. So
есть мотивы с шахом на g5 ферзем и ферзь g2 потом. Так что есть много вариантов черных.
So I think what Tanya played was normal. And okay, here already I decided it's time to take care of my a7 pawn, so I played b6.
Здесь я решила, что пора уже позаботиться о пешке a7, сыграла b6.
And okay, f5, I think all this is kind of normal. And okay, here we were discussing after the game if maybe f takes g6, maybe it's not the best move. Maybe white should keep this pawn on f5 and make some useful move and then go for this take or in f4 or not to take at all, try to play f4.
Вот здесь мы как раз обсуждали после партии, может быть, белым не стоило снимать напряжение, бить на g6, может быть, стоило поддержать много напряжения, пойти в f3 как-то.
Может быть, ладья g1 здесь
ладья g1 даже.
Maybe rook g1.
Теперь хода ферзь e6 нет, как получилось в партии. А если ферзь e5, то
There is no move like queen e6 compared to the
выше
game.
надо ходить, потому что на f4 ферзь f5 будет, поэтому.
Yes. Okay, there are all the time some tricks.
Да, где-то все время это угроза.
So maybe now take.
Может быть, побить сейчас.
Теперь f4.
Пойти f4.
I don't know, queen h5.
Ферзь h5, да, и может быть тут.
And okay, I want to play knight d5 again and change this.
Опять хочу пойти конь d5, поменять этих коней.
h3, but okay, knight d5.
Конь d5, да, вот такая позиция.
Okay, e5, but this should be.
Ну, здесь близко к равенству, да, то есть мало материала,
Very
непонятно.
close to equal.
Как
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if there is a real advantage for white. I mean, position is close to equal in any case. But okay, what we played actually became very sharp at some moment.
То, как мы сыграли, получилось очень остро в один момент.
Because okay, here is one critical moment.
Здесь один критический момент.
Okay, if I take,
если я побью,
e4. So rook e1, f5, take. Okay, it's not possible to take with queen because of queen b3, of course. But
нельзя бить на e4 ферзем.
But okay, here f5, right?
Да.
f5.
Very unpleasant compensation, I believe.
Очень неприятная
Ну
компенсация,
да,
на самом
король
деле.
слабый, g5, h4
Король
еще
слабый.
будет.
Yeah, okay. If g5, maybe even rook
Или ладья
g1.
h1, да, ладья h1, то есть тут, скорее всего,
And
компенсация.
I think, okay, just to take, probably
Ладья
just
h1,
losing,
ферзь
yes.
h6.
And queen h6, and I think
Даже проиграно здесь.
black is getting mated somehow.
Черным ставят мат.
So that is why, okay, here I could play knight d5, of course, immediately, but
Здесь можно было сыграть конь d5 сразу.
but okay, I think queen e6 is more precise because okay, here is e5, but my queen comparing with the other line is a bit more passive.
Но здесь ферзь как бы остается вне игры и более пассивный, то есть ферзь e6 нет.
Rook is still on h1, so white can try to push h4, f5.
h4, h5 еще возможно, поэтому ферзь e6 было более точно.
So, okay, queen e6. The point is, of course, that this pawn is hanging, and also now I'm threatening to take, because in that line what we were looking, there is no more f5.
Теперь я уже на самом деле хочу побить, потому что нет хода f5, вот как в предыдущей линии, которую мы посмотрели.
And also I was thinking maybe here, rook e1, but maybe black is even getting slightly more pleasant position, because knight d5.
Может даже у черных тут может быть получится лучше.
Okay, take, e5, and I don't know, c5, d4 or something. Okay, but comparing with the other line, okay, my queen is already on e6 stopping f5, and rook is on e1, where maybe it's not doing so much.
По сравнению с предыдущими, с другими как бы вариантами, здесь у меня ферзь уже стоит на e6, контролирует f5, и ладья стоит на e1 у белых уже.
So, okay, Tanya went for some very complicated position. e5, okay, knight d5.
Она пошла на сложную позицию.
Okay, if white takes on d5, then okay, queen takes, and again, and now okay, I'm taking on a2 without the queen being on c3. So okay, queen f3 was more precise.
В этой позиции, если сразу бить на d5, тогда уже подвисает и ладья, и пешка на a2, и ферзь на c3 нет, поэтому просто забираю черные на a2.
Okay, so here was, I think, also critical point because
критический момент, я так думаю.
Because okay, I'm pawn up.
У меня лишняя пешка.
But okay, now my queen is quite far, and
ферзь далеко.
I have to be careful because f5 is coming.
И грозит f5 где-то в какой-то момент.
Of course, lines like queen a3, king b1, queen c5 is just okay. I'll be pawn up, but with such weak pawns that okay, probably.
Возможно, вариант ферзь c3, ферзь c5, но три пешки будут стройные и очень слабые, и это может быть даже выиграно для белых, за белых эта позиция.
So, I was quite happy with b5. I don't know. I thought.
Мне кажется, здесь еще возможность ферзь c3, король b1, c5 была интересная.
Yes.
There was interesting opportunity to play
с идеей ферзь c4.
Взять queen b4.
Если f5, например, то ферзь b4, ферзь e3, ферзь e4 есть ход.
If f5, then queen b4.
Yes.
And queen e4 is threat.
But okay, maybe not f5 now. I don't know.
Не F5.
I was looking something like rook d1 maybe first.
Я смотрела d1 вначале.
And if queen b4, maybe even just take and rook d7. I don't know.
Просто побить ладья d7 тоже возможно.
Там, да, неясно, уж ближе 5 как-то.
Какой-то неясно. Was unclear endgame after g5. in that
Yeah,
point.
but probably maybe it was the best chance for me. I don't know, but I was
Может, это был лучший
thinking.
шанс для меня, я не знаю.
I was thinking that b5 is somehow more in the spirit of the position. Okay, I want just b4 and
Я
queen
думала, что
a1.
b5 в духе позиции, потому что хочется пойти b4 сейчас и ферзь e1.
But okay, rook e1 is very precise move.
Очень аккуратный ход ладья e1.
And now, okay, if I go for the same queen a3, king b1, c5, is there any difference?
Если я
Maybe
сыграю
e6, yes?
Е6, ферзь b4, так это.
ферзь a3, c5, есть ли какая-то разница? Где-то e6, может быть.
Okay, but queen b4 and maybe I'm still better.
Мы смотрим этот вариант теперь.
c5, now, okay, I don't know if it makes big difference that the pawn is on b5 instead of b6.
Здесь, наверное, Е6,
Я не знаю, есть ли
ферзь b4.
разница, что пешка на
Ферзь
b5
g3
или
есть
на
ход,
b6.
пешки на a5, ферзь d6 был ход, а здесь не будет.
Yeah, maybe.
Ферзь b4, ферзь e3, да.
Теперь появляется ход ферзь g3.
Yes, it's not so easy to understand what's going on.
Нелегко понять, что
I don't know,
происходит.
maybe some king g7,
Да, тогда уже.
f5, yes.
Даже f5 уже.
If queen d4, maybe just take, yeah? Yes, it should be enough compensation.
Должно быть достаточно компенсации для белых.
But I don't know, a5, I thought that, okay, of course here e6 doesn't work
Здесь e6 ход не работает,
because of check king b1, queen b4, and this is just winning for black.
и это выиграно для черных.
But after f5, I don't know, I could not find, I could not see how to continue here to play for a win.
Здесь я не видел, как играть на победу после
I
f5.
had a feeling that it should be something better for me, but
Есть
if
чувство,
it is
что
or
что-то
not, I
лучше,
don't know.
но я не знаю, есть ли что-то лучше или нет.
The truth is that, okay, after before I just completely missed this move, because, okay, if white goes queen d4,
Я пропустила
then,
ход ферзь
then
d3.
c5 and it's just winning, because, okay, if you take it, just rook d8.
После этого
and
просто
mate
выиграно и
next
мат.
move.
Следующим ходом.
But the point is that after queen d3, it's not clear what to do. I was thinking first this
После ферзь
move,
d3 непонятно, что делать.
but then, okay, here, and queen d4, and maybe I'm even losing here, because, okay,
Может, я даже
f6,
проигрываю здесь уже.
take, I don't know, take, and, okay, f6, f7,
Без
and
ферзя здесь
Без
играть.
ферзя,
Yes.
да.
so I don't know. I could not. I was thinking also some moves like this, but
Тоже ладья
думала,
H1 и
таких
ферзь
ходах
d4
тоже.
опасно очень.
very
Или
dangerous.
сразу
because-
ферзь d4, да, то есть.
Может,
Yeah,
и
I don't know
queen
if
d4
there
immediately.
if there is a
Instead of
difference
king,
or
rook
not,
g1.
maybe not. But
Я не знаю,
okay,
есть ли
just
разница, но может и нет.
my queen stays without doing anything on
Просто
a2 now.
Мой ферзь стоит и не делает ничего в этой.
That's why also there was not so much time left for both of us. So I thought,
Осталось не так много времени у обоих у нас.
better to go for this endgame than to stay with the queen on a2, right?
Лучше уже идти на это окончание, чем оставаться с ферзем на а2.
And here, okay, after this should be, I think, just drawish this endgame because, okay,
Кажется, что
black
здесь
is pawn
просто
up, but with these weak
ничья.
pawns, and okay, I think just drawish.
У черных как бы лишняя пешка, но при этом все равно пешки слабые. Должна быть ничья.
And, okay, I mean, because white has active king, and
И король белых очень и активный.
I didn't see anything better. Okay, also with Tanya we were discussing if white could play for a win with some g4 maybe after.
Может быть, здесь могли уже и белые где-то поиграть на победу.
But,
Мы смотрели.
but okay, I mean, it should be objectively.
4, ладья H8, да, наверное. Тут просто материала очень мало все равно.
Очень,
Где-то ничья будет.
not so many pieces left, so it should be draw.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much for your comments.
Thank you.
No questions from you.
No.
Press conference, long game. Can you tell us what happened? I think it was interesting opening choice.
Yes. Here, I think it's very interesting to take with pawn, but I thought that it should be somehow okay for black. Maybe not like I play.
Очень интересно было взять пешкой на b5, но я думала, что тут должна быть хорошая позиция у черных.
Ну, может быть, сразу e6 тут можно было ходить.
Maybe e6 immediately was possible.
С идеей сразу d5.
With the idea d5, to play d5. What do you think?
Maybe just queen d3 or and then you push d5.
First d3.
Если d5.
If d5, how you were thinking to play?
Maybe it's another option. I mean, maybe still playable. I mean, in a game, it's also a kind of structure okay for black since there's low and
yeah.
develop play.
Я тоже думаю, что нормально это была структура за черных. But did you like this position after c takes b5, let's say? How did you estimate it?
Kind of more or less balanced, I think. Although it's double-edged pawn, but I mean how to say that the d5 pawn cannot push easily, and this b5 somehow controls some squares.
То есть, несмотря на то, что пешки b сдвоены, то есть в этой позиции черным не так легко пойти d5 продвинуть, и b5 как бы ограничивает немножко активность, какие-то поля контролирует пешка.
Maybe here, not b6, maybe somehow a6. I don't know.
Oh, yes.
It was maybe better. Yeah, maybe black has some better, I don't know.
Где-то здесь у черных должно, может быть, есть лучшая возможность.
Да. Но надо было считать.
I have to calculate.
Она как-то уже плохая позиция, я думаю.
Here the position is worse, is bad. Вот где-то здесь что-то упущено.
Ну вот
непонятно, в каком
после ладья d6, я думаю.
I think after rook d6, this is a critical moment. I missed something here. If I have you seen something better for black?
No,
this position?
And just I saw the position is kind of promising for white since this, I mean, queenside pawn is, I mean, how to say, very important, but maybe black can find some counterplay moves. But now with this threat with both, I mean, 6 rank pawns, I didn't see any good defend move for black.
На самом деле, я здесь видела, что уже забираю где-то ферзевый фланг, то есть он как бы падает, и поэтому мне казалось, что тут уже у меня появились хорошие шансы, и непонятно, где здесь как-то черным, может быть, есть где-то контр-игра, но я не видела тоже, где они могли бы где-то лучше сыграть. So, and later on, дальше уже...
Ну, дальше, да, там, видимо, уже не было защиты. Да.
Как-то по второй все защитили белые,
ну, да,
получается.
Видимо, нет было защиты.
Okay, so Ifan, would you like to add something about this game? Maybe show some variations somewhere?
Oh, wow. Not really, because it's just like a very solid beginning, and yeah, maybe around this e5 and some exchange, I mean, to break the balance somehow, maybe black can do something better. Yep.
But it's hard to say, yes, where was the moment to improve?
Yeah, needs to check.
Нужно как бы проверять, где, может быть, черные могли как-то лучше. В принципе, играли все логично, как бы в какой-то момент где-то вот произошел какой-то перепад. Да, пожалуйста, вопрос.
Ну, мне единственное, что вот хочется, чтобы, вернее, вот что я прошу от читателей, от Югры обратиться, потому что у нас недавно закончился чемпионат России в ЛО. И у меня такой вопрос. Естественно, извините, что не по теме, это Каня, естественно, вопрос. Мы вас поздравляем. Как бы там ни было, вы все равно член этой команды. Мы впервые вообще стали чемпионами России, и вы тоже член этой команды. И у нас единственный вопрос такой. Чествование команды, естественно, будет чуть позже, это естественно, и вы об этом знаете. Вы планируете принять участие в клубном чемпионате Европы, который пройдет в Испании в сентябре?
Да, планируем.
Планируете, да? Все, спасибо большое.
The question was to Anna if she's planning to play for Yugra team, which recently won Russian league, and Anna said yes, she's planning to play there.
Добрый день, вопрос Хоу и Фань. Насколько сегодня в Китае популярны шахматы, насколько сегодня популярны женские шахматы? Мы посмотрели статистику портала, пока только 5% от всей массы посетителей заходят из Китая. Возможно, есть какие-то средства массовой информации китайские, шахматные, вот, где люди интересуются, как проходит турнир. И читаете ли вы, что пишут о вас китайские СМИ? Спасибо.
The question is to Yifan, okay, there are a few questions actually. So how popular chess are in China, how popular women chess are in China, and we paid attention, we were checking statistics of our official website. For some reason it's only 5% of Chinese supporters come to check it, and so it's not really big amount so far. So maybe there are some different websites in China which follow this tournament, so people can go there and check how you play. And do you know anything about it, if people following closely this event?
Sorry, what website you
official
mentioned?
website. We have this kind of statistic, this Khanty-Mansiysk 2014, but there are not so many visitors from China for some reason, only 5%.
Well, I mean, okay, so basically it's just a popular, how popular chess in China. Well, generally it became better and better nowadays. I mean, maybe in last century, I mean, chess is not that popular, but then, I mean, with China opened the, how to say, country, and the chess became to China, and then now there's a lot of people, especially the young children, are learning chess, and the chess also going to, I mean, promoting school at some places, and some cities really do very good.
So I'll translate part of it. То есть в Китае шахматы становятся все более и более популярными после того, как, можно сказать, Китай открыл границы и шахматы попали в Китай. То есть игра становится все более и более популярной и среди молодежи в том числе. То есть появились программы в школах и люди изучают шахматы.
And then women's chess? Okay. Well, I mean, women's chess are, I mean, traditionally a strong team, I mean, part in China since we won, I mean, individual championship sometimes, and also we won Olympiad and team championship for, I mean, okay, not many times, but also some, I mean, and then, but nowadays, I mean, men also become very powerful. There's some young players quite potential, and also there some top players for men's section at some point are going enter to top 20, something like that. So.
То есть, что касается женских шахматы традиционно популярны в Китае. Просто дело в том, что многие женские шахматистки выигрывали чемпионаты мира, в том числе и командные чемпионаты мира среди женщин. Но мужские шахматы со временем также набирают популярность, и топ-игроки Китая попадают в топ-20 мирового шахматного рейтинга, поэтому и молодежь как бы тоже на подходе. Вот так.
And then about the official website, as far as I know, I think there are some people are following, I mean, our tournament, since there are also some people are talking to me about this tournament, I mean, who is not a professional chess player for sure. So I guess there are many, I mean, fans who are interested in our tournament, so maybe not official website, they can find something else, because to be honest, at some point I'm only, I mean, how to say, following official websites. So, and there are even more, I mean, knowing more websites than I know.
So you don't follow official websites?
No, I mean, I followed, but maybe some chess fans, they know more, I mean, websites than I knew.
То есть, возможно, как бы на самом деле я знаю, что многие шахматисты следят за этим турниром, поскольку они пишут мне, то есть понятно, что они как бы за турниром-то следят. Я как бы смотрю информацию на официальном сайте, но я думаю, что они в каких-то других источниках также получают информацию.
One question to you, Hou. Last year came across a report about Oyster magazine back in China where you did a photo shoot. Tell us more about this magazine, and how did this actually help promote? Did this actually help promote chess in China more?
It's already published?
Yes, it's already published. 14th of April we found it.
Okay.
Your pictures
Actually, I
with
even don't know
red
it.
lipstick.
Yeah. Well,
сейчас I will translate it because many people became interested. So,
yeah,
на самом деле был недавно совсем опубликован интересный материал про Hou Yifan в журнале Oyster. Вот он вышел буквально 2 дня назад, и там интервью с ней и фотографии в очень интересном таком формате. И мы спросили Yifan, насколько был интересен ей этот опыт.
Oh, well. I mean, I'm very glad, and I think it's also very good for chess to, enter to such a kind of fashion magazine.
Yes.
Yeah, and except the chess world, and maybe more people getting to know about chess, and also bring chess to another part. It's not only not only a sport, and it can be also mixed with some beauty. Beauty on the game, something like this, and. Okay, I'm very happy to get such a chance and doing some nice photos and some nice talking.
So you're trying to copy from Magnus Carlsen the way he is doing?
Wow.
Are you following his experience?
Well, if I can also get such opportunities, I would, glad to.
На самом деле я считаю, что вот тот факт, что удалось там сняться в такой фотосессии и попасть вот на страницу журнала модного, это хорошо для шахмат, поскольку больше людей узнает об этой игре, как бы больше людей, которые не связаны с нашим спортом, о нем узнают. И когда я спросила, пытается ли она каким-то образом использовать опыт, который вот Магнуса Карлсена есть, она сказала, что да, действительно, я не против таких предложений, это очень интересно для меня. Okay, no more questions? Yeah, thank you very much for your answers.